Morning, good afternoon. What's going on, everybody?
Yo, yo. What up, bro?
How's everybody good?
Hey man, doing good.
Headphones are all tangled up.
Looking for a rocket ship, man.
What was that? My bad. I had to fix my headphones.
Looking for a rocket ship. I got a ticket.
Rocket, rocket, rocket. So far, I have no complaints, man. We got that nice, slow grind up. Today's numbers didn't seem like they're strong enough to pivot us. So I'm looking for tomorrow's numbers to be the pivot, which means today we need to climb as hard as possible.
What we got tomorrow?
Unemployment.
Yeah, that's a big one. They've been laying off around here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody that has anybody they know that works or is in a large group of working people has any question about how bad unemployment is right now.
There is no tax on tips for streamers.
Yeah, I lost my job
so
2 weeks
here's a
ago.
fat tip for my favorite streamer.
You also cursed out
Gratitude.
somebody at your job, basically,
No. Close.
without the cursing.
But I wonder if I'll show up on those numbers.
You have to be on unemployment. So those numbers never give you the everybody that's out. What it gives you is who's filed for unemployment.
Yeah, I didn't file for unemployment.
So the problem with that number is a lot of people don't. There's a lot of people that are out of work that can't get unemployment, so they don't even show up on the numbers.
Probably should. Why not, right?
Yeah, there needs to be another metric. Crypto Mac, I appreciate you, brother. W tip. Yeah, you best believe all those super chats are going in as tips on mine.
No, believe it or not, Dbloc, I signed tomorrow for my new job.
That's what's up. Good shit. Yeah, tomorrow's ISM too, which is important. Oh, unemployment's on Friday. Okay, got you. This one was tomorrow. Oh, Thursday, unemployment claims. Friday, we get employment change, unemployment rate. Oh, that's Canada. Friday, we get average earnings, non-farm employment, and employment rate. But tomorrow, we get unemployment claims. They're expecting them to go up. That's good. Less job openings on Jolt. I mean, it's bad, but it's good. Nah, they get a piece of it, H. YouTube gets like 30%, which I'm not happy about. I'll probably just add my Cash App to the bottom of the list with the other with the YouTube and the Discord.
Yeah, YouTube makes it
Give people an option.
Yeah, there's ways around it.
Yeah. Big surprises overnight. Hey, I see you, virtuals. About time. All right, like 4 or 5 in the top gainers on my portfolio. I like that. Make sure that your YouTube is set to 1080p, crypto. But you could also go find a channel that doesn't look blurry, bro. That's also an option. I don't know. I think that's a problem on your side, bro. Anybody else having a blurry stream right now? Maybe I can turn my bitrate down for you. I like Pyth. I bought a little bit of Pyth yesterday. Oh, it might be the casting jacker. That happens to me sometimes when I send shit from my phone. TV.
You got any more crow?
Not yet. Crow's still looking like it wants to come down a little bit.
I guess some the day before yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, it's on a decent upswing now, but it hasn't broken any levels for me just yet. Being a little bit greedy with Crow. So much of my Crow is stuck in staking that it doesn't even matter though, bro. I'm riding this ride, whatever, you know. Wherever they want to take us on this thing, I'm gonna be stuck until I can get my staking out.
Have you unstaked it yet, or
No, I'm not even close to the damn time to do it. By the end of the year, I'll be able to though, because it's locked up for the card.
yeah, you get the yield off of it, don't you?
Oh yeah. Yep. A little something. Nothing crazy though.
Dbloc, what do you think about Jasmine? What do you think about it down here? Think about scooping more up. I'm just wondering if I should be patient wait for 13s.
I mean, personally, I have enough Jasmine, which is something I never thought I'd say, but
Well, me too. But I got rid of some pump up there, and then considering what I really want to maybe pour some of that pump into. So I got my pump orders filled at 4050.
yeah.
So Jasmine's one of those ones I still got my eyeball on, but I don't have a true radar on. Figured you'd probably be the best guy to ask.
No, it looks good. It's been holding its ground more than a lot of other things, that's for sure.
I mean, look at it on a daily. It's kind of been dragging down here, and that's why I'm wondering if I should scoop some up.
You know, I can't tell you to buy, Joe.
No, I'm just curious if you're able
I
to.
just told you I think it looks good. That's code. You have to like read between the lines, buddy.
I'm trying to keep it in between the lines, Dbloc.
Programmed, yeah. So like, since it goes through YouTube, then YouTube is the one that pays me out, and it comes from YouTube. So it's like a corporate thing, right? That's why I was saying maybe Cash App would just make more sense, because then those would be straight tips.
Or PayPal, or there's a lot of.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Because they got the no tax on tips thing now, which is great. You know, like I might not even charge $50 one-time fee to get into the Discord. It might be a $50 one-time tip to get into the Discord. Yeah, so it's $50 one time, lifetime entry sort of deal. We're not gonna run like subscription-based model or anything like that. Just enough to make sure that everybody that comes in at least has some sort of skin in the game. Well, all we do is give tips all day too, but we do not give calls. This isn't a signals group. You're gonna come in here, it's gonna be to learn how to fish.
Dbloc, I've had an order down at 1360 for a while. It's a smaller order. And I guess the only reason I was asking is because I'm thinking about making it a much larger order. But I'm just wondering if I should be patient and still wait for that area down there at 1360 where I thought it was going to hit.
I'll take a look.
So that's what I just didn't mean to mumble or
Yeah, no, you weren't mumbling.
push
I
your
just thought
buttons.
I had answered your question. That's all. I'll take a look at it.
I had 1360 and just never tapped it.
Oh. Well. So you're looking for a double bottom, basically. Huh?
Well, it never filled. My order never filled at 1360.
It went down there and never filled. Oh, you got robbed, bro. That shit went down to 1361.
Well, oh, damn it. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
You got robbed.
So that's what I'm saying is I'm gonna, you know what? I've got a bunch more dollars sitting. I might change that order. Should I bring it, or should I just wait for that so I could maybe come down and retap? You seeing anything that might want to bring it back down there? Any vector gaps wants to fall?
Damn, that's screwed up, bro. That's what you call a bad beat. 1/1000th of a penny.
Oh my God, you're right. It is. It's 1361 on your chart. Yeah, on Coinbase, I think it's higher than that, but that was even closer. Yeah, 1360 is where it's been sitting for a long time. Damn it.
Well, bad news is you didn't really leave any vectors on the way up here. right? So this is going to be a bit of a volume gap, but there's no
reason to come back down there. So that's why I'm wondering, scooch.
This is my problem with fair value gaps, right? Because everybody's on this thing. Everybody's on this you know, fair value gap thing, which is cool. I get it. Yes, this is a fair value gap here. But there's no vectors inside of it. Right? You've got some liquidations, but these liquidations are probably more of a draw than the actual fair value gap is. And you've got a volume gap, which could give you some love. But you're gonna have to break 1409. If you can't break this level, this is your range for right now.
That's what I'm saying. It just hasn't fallen out of there.
No. I mean, I don't know. You've got two extremes, right? I mean, you can wait. You can wait for this to break, with the caveat that you don't wait so long that this breaks.
That's where I'm getting nervous. It's getting closer to the top one than the lower one for so I'm like, sure.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, you have your 800 EMA here, which can probably act as some sort of stop if it was to go, but you're taking the risk that if this breaks out, you dig through these liquidations, and now you're buying 15 instead of 14.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm buying like another $250,000 down here, so that's why I'm like I might want to just be happier than happy than I don't know.
Well,
Tough one.
then maybe you do something like,
Yeah, that's what I always do. I'm just kind of curious if I should start that kind of here, just be patient, wait for it to come back down if Bitcoin wants to make its
you
fall.
should never hesitate to start DCAs. You can always control how much you DCA into, right? But in my opinion, once you look at a price and it looks nice, even if you want lower prices, if the market took off from here, if you bought 14, the market took off from here and did its thing, would you be upset?
Not at all. I wouldn't even think about it.
Right. So it's like, me personally, in these situations, I just start to sprinkle, maybe as close to the bottom of these ranges as I possibly can. Obviously, you're already at the top of the range, but you know, coming down into the bottom of these ranges, it just little sprinkles. Maybe even cut. You can do this to your range too, which I do sometimes when I'm being lazy. Get your range. Drop your fib. And then start layering in at fib levels. You come down to half of the range, you might add a little bit. You come down to golden pocket, you might add a little bit more. But with the expectation that if this breaks, you're sprinkling light enough that you have enough to throw a big bag at the bottom if it drops. You know what I mean?
Yeah, copy that. It's a perfect plan.
That's what I would do.
All right, copy that. Thanks, Dbloc.
I'm kind of looking for that tomorrow, Christian. Looking for our pivot to come tomorrow. I'm looking for one more push today. Pyth looks good. I bought a little bit of Pyth yesterday. I'm basically doing the same thing for Pyth that I was telling Joe with Jasmine. So Pyth came down into these ranges, which I'm more than happy for, right? 15s and shit. When we were sitting up close to 30, you would have, you know, you'd have done anything for those 15 prices. So for me, my range is here. Right, this is what I'm seeing as our current accumulation range. And just like I told Joe, I'm buying these levels. I'm buying as much of the bottom of this box as I possibly can. And I'm leaving money on the side for any sort of sweep that we might not be anticipating. Just in case price wants to do this. That's where I'm loading in. But till then, I'm sprinkling in this range. What I want to do is I want to get the average price of this range. Right? If I buy a little here, I buy a little here, buy a little here, buy a little here, whatever, I end up with that 16-cent average. And then I'll load into it, like I said, if we get another drop. That's just how I'm playing it. Excuse me. When you decide to DCA into a position, you have to be prepared for it to go lower. Right? If we didn't think it was going to go lower, then we wouldn't DCA. Like, look at my circle position, right? I've been DCAing in the circle for like the past 3 weeks. It's done nothing but go down. And people are like, well, how do you feel about circle? It's going down. I'm like, I feel great because I'm DCAing. If I would have gorilla scalped the entry or something, I'd probably feel like shit right now. But for longer term plays, things that are 2 months, 3 months, 4 months out, circle I think might still be like a 4-month play in my opinion. I'm just trying to get the best average I can from the dip. I don't care about catching a Pico bottom. On spot fast.
And trying to catch that bottom messed me up last round.
Yeah, because you know what it is? It's like you get so married to it that if you don't catch the very bottom, then now you're waiting. But you know how many people I've seen target like 15 or something and they only get like the 15-3 and then they watch it go to 16, 17. This has got to retrace, right? Like at some point this has to retrace. It becomes an ego thing. Yeah, it becomes an ego thing after a while. If not, if you've got like orders and you're overnight and it skips, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you're sitting right here at the screen. Your take profit is 1860. It gets to 1855 and starts showing signs of reversal, and you are just holding on for dear life for that pixel perfect exit. Doesn't work like that.
My problem was I was thinking we're going to 106. I mean, we got to 107. I should have been, dumping on it. Like, it was dumb.
It happens, bro. As long as you learn something from that mistake, you add it to your rule book, don't make it again, and it's, so not a loss, it's a lesson, like they say.
Like $100 or $1,000 on Bitcoin. That's nothing.
Damn, this little range that we're trading, or this little area we're trading, is getting super crowded with TA. Been active. Today's plan, I would love CME gap, right? But more important than that, we need to break this downtrend. Right, this bearish channel that we're in, we've been hugging 50% of that channel for a while, so that's a good sign. But we need to get above that and then validate that. What I don't want to do is come up and reject off the top, right? Because then when we come back down to the bottom, we're sitting in a big bearish pattern, and if that breaks, then that's our rescue ship, right? That turns all of this into a rescue ship, meaning you should have taken some profits so that you could buy back lower. I don't really have, honestly, I don't really have any top targets for Pyth. And the reason is because it's all gonna depend on how hard Department of Commerce implements. Right? If it's just like a sort of like secondary role, because I know it's Pyth and Chainlink. Those are their two oracles. But I think when we take off these coins that we've been looking at, I don't even have it up anymore. But all the coins on that list, basically, that we've been looking at from that news drop should move nicely together. And Pyth is just low cap enough to do some damage. If I had to spitball it, though, which I don't, but we got. Oh, this is go naked chart. You guys see the fractal, right? Look at this fractal. This is where we are right now. Honestly, we're probably closer to here. This is where we are right now. That's what came next on Pyth. And it was in a hurry. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that we're putting in the same fractal. Right? So there's a couple of different things we could do. This one is the least advisable. What I'm about to do right now. But if we want to think about where a top could be, then we can pull that fractal. Anybody else see how spooky similar that is to the last bull market? That's about as close as I can get it size-wise if we're going to talk proportion. Right, like I said, this is the least effective way to do this. Right, this means absolutely nothing. It's going to do something completely different. But history doesn't always repeat, but it rhymes. And this thing is almost perfect. Anyways, so let's say here, we'll call this the fractal top. Let's put this back where it belongs. That would give us a 63 cent, 64 cent. This isn't, and when I say that you shouldn't do this is because I think Pyth does more than 63%. Right? We're just looking at the similarities in price action. So this for me would be like the bear case. Oh, my bad. It is Crow. All right, well, let me finish Crow then. Then we can... Thanks for pointing that out, because I was really going to go into it. But we need to figure this out too. So since we're here... Where's my fib extension? All right, so what we could do here is we could take our fib extension. Right, and here you're talking 6618. So your first fib extension from the bottom should pull you a 6618 during the bull market, which would basically be a double top off of Crow's old, right, if that happens. And that would be, all of this is completely just future tripping right now. Y'all take this with a grain of salt. But from where we are right now, that would be like a 3 1/4 X, almost a 4X. And this would be our bull case. Guys, most of your coins aren't even going to get to their all-time highs. So at this point, as much as this alt market's been beat up, if your coin makes it to its all-time highs, that is good enough for a bull run. Like, don't expect 2 to 3x above your all-time highs like everybody on YouTube is talking about. What else? Okay, so that's the bull case. I mean, where's the bull here? There's the bull case. Now, another thing we could do is go to... Where is it? Give me a second, I'll pull it up on my other screen. Yo, chat, top of your head, what's the name of that site where you can compare the market caps? I'm having a brain fart right now. It's market cap of, what is it called? Market cap of, that's what I thought, okay. So another thing you can do is come look at market cap of and say, what would the market cap of Pyth be if it had the same market cap of Link? So this is the Moon Boy target, right? This is going to be your Labubu target. If Pyth was to capture the market cap that Link currently has, it being its biggest competitor, right? Meaning it catches up, basically. You'd be looking at a 17x, $2.80. That, like I said, is like a hardcore Labubu target, bro. You're all the way over here. But we have seen this happen before, so. Oh, I'm still, my bad. Yo, what is it with me and Pyth? I'm looking at Crow. So we need to do Crow. Yo, y'all gotta keep me on point. I've had no coffee today. I'm like on a caffeine fast. All right, so again, Crow with the market cap of people actually do this and aim towards these targets, guys. As ridiculous as it sounds. So Crow with the market cap of BNB, right, which would be its biggest competitor, would be 12x from here, $3.54. Even higher than the other one. You'll see people do this on channels, bro, and they will give you these targets as if they're gonna happen. Probably unfollow those people, or at least don't listen to them. All right, so bear target for Crow, 63 cents, 64 cents. Bull target for Crow, $1. Labubu target, $3.50. Those are $3.50. Things have gone just hardcore euphoric, and we're probably in a super cycle. You gotta go to your bars pattern fast. Go to your bars pattern, and then you figure out what you wanna lasso. Actually, let's run this backwards. Just trying to line the tops up so I can see where this would say we are right now. Bro, we're even retracing when we should have retraced. You see this? But yeah, that would basically put us in 2021 at 30 cents. Right, there was still a 3x ahead of this. We ended up going really close to $1.95. It was Doge and Crow to $1. All right, Pyth. Sorry, Pyth. Oh, you've been waiting. Let me go to a naked Pyth chart. All right. So we already know Pyth with the, just to get this out of the way, we know that Pyth with the market cap of Link was at 280. That's not happening. At least not this bull market. Now, the crazy thing with this is we're not going to have a real good spot to pull our fib retracement from, or our fib extension, I should say. So our very first fib extension, that's 6618. It's not going to be hard to hit. So our 6618 fib extension, which honestly isn't even a very aggressive target, is over 4x. It's not a bad base to shoot for. Now our bear target, or our bearish scenario is that, hold on, so This right here is going to be our bullish trigger. Right, getting above that is what's going to send Pyth. The problem is that we do have some large underwater holders from before, right? So it's not going to be an easy ride up. A lot of people kind of took a L on this early. We've already encountered our first level here. Right. So bear case would be any sort of lower high. But I think 70 cents is doable on Pyth. And then we'll see how we deal with the blow off top and all of that good stuff. This is just first targets. If we're going to talk about cycle target, then like I said, getting up to your all-time high after being this low has to be an exit. If you're lucky enough to get the mind share that you need to pump it up that high during our blow off top phase. A bad idea to start peeling. Mind you, we're talking, that's like a 7x. Like at that time, if you haven't taken profits, you're just greedy. But a good, in my opinion, how I'm looking at it, safe, don't get disappointed sort of target in my mind is a 3.5, maybe 4x. 4.5x. We're running out of time though. That's why it's going to be so important if people are really interested in the coin you're talking about. Because somebody's got to buy this shit and they got to rush in to buy it, right?
Yo, Dbloc.
Yeah.
So, what are we thinking? Sorry, I haven't been here much today. So, as you said last time, I think you were talking about that move up, and then maybe we come down and grab all those liquidations around 106. But I don't know. What are you thinking?
So it's the rocket ship, rescue ship thing, right? So like I was saying, once we get out and we're above this level, which we're above now, right? That level right there is going to be what determines whether it's a rocket ship or a rescue ship. Meaning, when we retrace, this is the bearish channel that we're in, right? Two things will let me know that this is a rocket ship, and the problem is both the rocket ship and the rescue ship are going to retrace, right? So if we come down and we hold and take off, then this was a rocket ship, right? You caught the bottom, never came back, up and to the right, held support, gone. If this breaks this level, right, if we come down and we come through liquidations and we can't get back above and we do something like that, then this was a rescue ship. And the profits that you took here saved you from being underwater, right? You were underwater, you got a little bit of money on the way up, you made some money, or you made back some money, took profit, and then now you're buying back at the bottom, right? That's what would qualify it as a rescue ship. A rocket ship could also just go. In my opinion, if we take out CME, the chances of this being officially a rocket ship are way higher, which means that maybe you don't worry about taking that much profit, you just peel a little, right? As opposed to here where you'd probably take a bigger amount of profits if you were being more careful. So it's all gonna come down to that support there, right? This line. How high do we go? And what happens when we come back to this line? And in my opinion, like I said, if we do go up to CME, let me turn on the VPVR for a second. If we do come up for CME, then there's a chance that that retest comes down to this support. And we don't have to clear this at all. So that would be like rockets. At this point, you're getting a reaction here, and you're not even worried about whatever.
Is there a certain price to clear the CME?
Yeah, we got to get up to 116.5. This target is. If we just switch to the hourly here, the hour gives you a way better sort of look at what's going on structure wise. It's a nice stair step. Now what we haven't done is so we were looking at these accumulations yesterday, right? And we were saying that we've been consolidating and then sweeping the lows and then building a new level, and then consolidating, sweeping the lows, building a new level. So here we consolidated, but we never swept, right? This is what we were looking for, this yellow arrow, if we were to break this resistance and support. So what I'm taking from that is that these are already becoming stronger. So the chances of us coming down and holding there are probably pretty good, unless we get some bad news tomorrow, right? That's what changes everything. If all of a sudden there's a lot less people unemployed, and so surprise numbers could definitely do it. That's why I'm hesitant to say which is which. And honestly, it doesn't matter which is which, right? Because at some point here, when we get up and we top, whether you got in because you think it's a rocket ship or you got in because you think it's a rescue ship, it's time to pay the trader, right? The difference is what happens when we get down to this level, right? If you think it's a rocket ship, you'll be buying back in. If you think it's a rescue ship, you're going to hold because you want lower prices. This is where it makes a difference. But at the top, wherever the top happens to be, the decision should be the same for both. Pay the trader. Not financial advice, but I don't think anybody's here to work for free, right? Well, except me, I guess.
Oh, you need to pay the man.
Yeah, give me my likes, guys. We got 170 people in here and 54 likes, and I just dropped some crazy sauce for an hour.
You know the assignment, chat. Let's get it.
All right, so we got rid of that first supply. What's left is this one. Bulls need to absorb this. I don't know where Drew's at. Yeah, I was just talking about it earlier, Sean. I still got weekly DCAs on Circle. I think Circle's bad. You should see my game position. I hate watch sale rules, bro. It's so clunky going over there and playing with legacy. Like my first instinct was just sell, take the loss, buy back, and then I said, "Oh, wait a minute, I can't do that." I think we do, Yash. I think we at least attempt it. I think anybody waiting for like a super bloody September is gonna be disappointed. It's because people repeat shit. Like that's why I don't like these tropes, right? Like when new people come in, they want to list the rules that just is like too stringent. Never do this on a Sunday. Never do this on, and it's like it doesn't work like that. Yeah, September's always been red, yeah. But if you weren't here for August, then you don't know what happened in August. And you might look at the percentage in August and be like, "Ah, that wasn't too bad." But if you weren't here for it, right? Like you're just coming in and seeing people pull up the charts and they're looking at September and they're like, "Hey, look how bad this is." They're not wrong though. September is a horrible month. Where the hell is my Yo, my shit is all screwed up. Where are my tabs at? There we go. So yeah, I mean, you look at September and you're like, well, on average, it's negative 3% month. The median is a negative 3% month, right? So anything above that is overachieving. Right now, we're at 2.5%, 2.25%. I don't know. I just look at Just look at these three since 2023. Or better yet, since institutions came in, right? Since institutional money has been pushing this, and we know how stringent they are about their quarters, right? Because money gets released in different quarters for them. Look at how every September, October, November has been. Just since that time, right? Just since 2023 when they came in. It's always been a red August, and then green September, October, November. Green September, October, November. Who knows? That's why I tell y'all that I'm way less obsessed with price and more obsessed with percentage and time. Right? That's the date. I don't care if we're at 150, 170, 180, 290. All right, let's take a look at our RSI heat map and see if there's any alts that are worth playing right now. If you see a favorite alt, call it out. We'll go top 100, 24 hour. Jelly and M. Cut, making moves, form, pump. What this is telling you is that if you've been riding this M pump or jelly pump or tut or packs, it's time to start paying attention. Nothing really crazy except for those runners. Yeah, just not a lot of movement. Let's look at every coin in the market. See if we got any standouts. AIoT. AIoT. What the hell? All right, I don't know what that is, but that looks dope. I don't know if I'm buying the project, but I might buy the print and put it on the wall. I don't know. Now let's go to another. What exchange is this? Poloniex. Yeah, how the hell is that? All right, so this is why it's hot on the RSI map. A nice move. That's what you'd want to stay above. Just wanted to see what the chart looked like because it looked crazy on the heat map. What I'm doing right now is what I used to do when I used to short heavy. Right? If you're ever looking for shorts, and you're like, where do I find these shorts? Where do I find these coins that are super overextended? How the hell am I supposed to see it all? Look at this. P's and P's. That's a pump. Oh, that a pump? This is a pump. Well, I mean, this is if you were running around the market looking for shorts, this is a good place to start. But you have to have a level of understanding to know why this moved in the first place, right? You don't want to just randomly short shit that pumped. You don't know if there's some brand new partnership that was just announced, if they just started some buybacks, if there's like 7 listings coming up in the next week. You know what I mean? Like, you have to do your DD. There's no way to get around that. If you want to be a successful trader, you got to learn to do your research. I don't, as much as I love TA and as much as I'm a hardcore TA guy, those guys that are like, all you need is the chart. No. Yeah, to make money, yeah, all you need is the chart. To understand what's happening, no, you need all of it. And if you can't understand why something pumped, then how do you measure your risk, you know? Crazy chart though. Sam is called Fluid Trades. SMC Light. All right, I guess we can do this. I was looking at this yesterday, guys. Global M2. All right, you guys that have been here for a while, I guess this will be an update for you. This is in the future, right? This is October 9th here. Remember, what I'm trying to figure out is this the top? Right? October going into November, are we getting signals on global M2 that this is the top already? And for that, we had a couple metrics. Right? For that, we wanted to make sure that we took out these lower highs. And then eventually, if there's any chance at all of super cycling or getting a right translated cycle or an extended cycle for new people, we would have to take out that higher high. Right? So far, we've taken out this lower high. But we double topped off of this lower high. And the uptrend that we were holding, we broke yesterday. We're trying to get back above now, but so 2 things I see happening. This continues to drop down, and then we get the rate cuts in September, and we take out those lower highs. Or we don't get a rate cut in September, we drop even lower, and we double bottom if we get a rate cut in October. If that doesn't happen and we come down underneath this line on global M2, in my opinion, the bear market's officially begun. So I would screenshot that. All right, enough yapping. Let's get to work. Sui has an unlock every month, guys. The amount of transactions on Sui. Let me show you guys how to look at this so that you don't ever just get freaked out whenever you hear about unlocks. What are you doing? Take me to token out. There we go. So you go to what are you talking about? Oh, you were about to get free advertising and you're gonna, there we go. All right, so you come here to token unlocks, right? On Tokenomist. And you put in Sui. So what scares people about Sui is how much is locked, right? Or unlocked, I should say. So look, upcoming event, 27 days. It's 1.23% of released supply, right? Or 44 million Sui. About $149 million every month that unlocks, depending on what the price. Sometimes a little higher, 159, 149, or whatever, right? So if you go to, so just think, so $149 million of dilution per month, right? Or 44. So then you go to coin market cap. This is why I hate when people blame things on token unlocks on certain coins. Look at the daily trading volume on Sui, and it's down 17%. The daily trading volume on Sui is $862 million a day. That $149 million gets absorbed within the first 2 hours of trading. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't have that big of an effect. And that's how they're releasing forever until the supply is out completely. Once a month. Yeah. This is what you want to see. A nice, smooth sort of release, right? A nice tapered release. What you don't want to see are like big ass cliffs, like this cliff that we had back here. Right? That's when you get a big chunk released on market. That's going to affect price. But this slow, sort of like steady, gradual move, that gets absorbed. Sui does just fine without ETFs, in my opinion. That's just icing on the cake. And Sui during the next bull market, I wouldn't fade it. Yeah, Sui's off rotation right now. Sui's rotation comes after soul pumps. You remember that's exactly what happened during the beginning of the year when Sui had its move, right? Soul went crazy. People started looking for soul alternatives. Sui and Say sort of fought it out for a while for supremacy, and then Sui just took the ball and ran with it. Yeah, yeah. That runoff from the top 10, that's when things get nice. Let ETH do its thing, let Sol do its thing, and then Sol and ETH holders feel rich and they just start splurging. Yeah, ADA is another one, man. Anything with ETFs right now. Like one of the narratives, not financial advice, but if you trade narratives, one of the narratives that you should be allocated in is ETF narrative. Right? Because it doesn't even matter if they all get it. The second that one of them gets it, they're all going to react. My opinion. That speculation is going to start going crazy. Oh, Solana got their ETF. ADA's got to be next. That type of shit. Link too.
Is there
Yeah.
a difference when they get the ETF versus when they like start putting money into it or something?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what's worked out the best for me is buy in early when you hear about the applications. Get paid on the speculative phase where everybody's throwing money at it, and then sell the news on the approval, like that blow off top that you get from the approval, that euphoria. That should always get sold off by people who bought early, right? Who bought the rumor. So that's how I play it. And then if I really think that this is going to be something good long term for this coin, then I buy the dip on that, right? I buy the news dip.
I heard somebody talking about XRP, and I think they have been approved, but like BlackRock doesn't have a ETF on it yet or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it is just now breaking out of this bullish channel. This. Now it's not a bull flag because it's too long. Some people might. Nah, too long. Once the flag comes down 50% or past golden pocket to the pole, I just consider it a bullish channel. But either way, right, holding the 50, looked strong, came back and cleared all the vectors that it made on the way up. No real market maker motivation underneath until you get all the way down to like 60 cents. And I don't think any of us is going to be that lucky. I do have to warn though, this VPVR doesn't look great. Like, it's a good thing that it caught where it did, but we need to try to get above these high volume nodes here and hold those as support because we've got a big gap, right? This would be it coming back down to the bottom of its flag, basically. But if that doesn't hold, I mean, look at this one, right? That brings you all the way back down to support. So ADA needs to do its thing now, basically. I'm looking at this on the daily, by the way. I like what it's doing, but it needs to keep doing it. Feel me? My target for ADA was 126 when this was a flag, but this DCA out, this DCA out is just because I don't expect that when we get there that we're going to be able to break that resistance on the first attempt. Okay, so my plan is for ADA is to DCA out at those levels and then DCA back and then buy back in on the retracement or just move to something. It depends on how I feel at the time. If we get these approvals, if it's still slow, I'll make my decision then. That also ripping. Like pump is moving. One over Sol ETH is pushing. Well, let's take a look at dominance and see if dominance agrees. did double top there. This is my problem. Like, I'm expecting Bitcoin to recover. I do not expect Bitcoin to recover without dominance going up. Right? As Bitcoin starts to move, money will come into Bitcoin. Dominance will go up. The question is how much. Luckily, we've got a big sort of move. We're not taking out these highs, in other words. I'm expecting to put in a lower high. Same sort of shit that we did here. Right? Very similar price action, if you notice. And it could be that we already are at that higher high. I just don't see a scenario where I don't see a scenario where we get to all-time high on Bitcoin and Dom doesn't pump. Let me draw this out for you. See, you guys could probably see the similarities now, but so there is a possibility that we've already topped out. So what's with these fractals today? Honestly, though. Anyways, yeah, so there is precedence for me being wrong about this. The difference is that Bitcoin wasn't blasting off in this range. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if we respect that double top and take out these bottoms. And that'll be the first sign that that altar feeling froggy. Just time, Mac. Time in the game will do that. Speaking of time, my food should be getting here soon. I'm starving. What time is it? What's for dinner, gang? What's everybody eating?
Popcorn.
Popcorn for dinner is crazy. Come on, what's that? We didn't have that big of a dip. There's got to be some protein in there somewhere. At least some spam, slices of spam or something, or beef jerky. Man needs his protein. Pepperoni pizza. Right? Lamb shawarma. Yo, Pappy eating good. Sometimes it's a test, a sentiment test too. Like, what's everybody eating? Like ramen. Like, oh shit. Blue cheesesteak is different. But I had every type of cheesesteak. Should be tomorrow when we get numbers showing midweek reversal. Well, that's the thesis. That's the thesis, but we're gonna have to see some action soon. Cutting it kind of close. Next 2 days of unemployment, but it doesn't matter. Thursday is midweek reversal. Only reason we worry about data is because if there's data numbers that are big enough on Wednesdays, then we can get that reversal a day early. But this whole week has got serious numbers. All right, Crypto Jacker. The question is, can I order it right now and have somebody bring it to my house? Not as much a down day, but a pivot, right? A reversal, meaning if price has been going up for the last week or for the last 3 days, then your midweek reversal could either be consolidation or retracement. Yeah, but I expect the move up to at least taper off tomorrow. I gotta go back to the city, man. This is bullshit. I remember we had Uber Eats before Uber Eats. We'd be able to call down to the corner store and the dude would send his kids up with bags. Oh shit. Was I supporting child labor? I tipped him. But legit, like the door, there'll be a knock on the door and it'll be like his 11-year-old kid with my groceries. Damn, some of the shit you think of as wholesome back in the day, you look at it, you look at it now and you're like, that's child labor. Not only that, but what parent sends their 11-year-old into the projects to knock on strangers' doors? Yeah, you can get food ordered at whatever time. I'm on a 15-minute right now, Sean. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm about to get off and eat something here in a second anyways. Live cooking stream. We're gonna have like a crypto cipher mukbang. I'm with it. That sounds like bear market activities. Yeah, I am. We're gonna need at least 2 more weekly candles before that clears for me. Last week CME gap, or what is it, 2 weekends ago now? That's from 2 weekends ago. Nah, I'm not. This is an old CME gap, guys. And I only pay attention to the weekend CME gaps. I don't trade daily CME gap. So this is what was left over the weekend 2 weekends ago. Remember last week we had a really big discrepancy between CME gap on perps and CME gap on futures. So what I did is I split the difference. That's why yours might be a little bit lower. I think CME on perps was at like 112 something. CME on futures was at almost 115 or 114. Let's go check. We can check futures real quick. About 114 to 116. You see it? 114.3, 116.8. Yeah. So all right. So that's a good question. Let's talk about what we need to invalidate the bearishness on the weekend. I mean, over the weekend, what happened? All right, so here's our macro. This is where shit went wrong last week. So very similar to what we had here. We couldn't close a weekly candle underneath this range or it would have broken structure, right? We did. So this structure on the macro for macro traders that are only looking at the weekly is bearish, right? This is broken. To counteract that, well, first, if the bearishness remains, we would expect to come down to 1046, right, which is the downtrend. It's also the bottom of the VPVR, I believe. Yeah, right around the bottom of the visible range. To invalidate that. And if that didn't hold, then we'd be looking at support at about 100K. Now, all the bearishness out of the way. To invalidate that, we need a bullish engulfing, but not just a bullish engulfing. We need a bullish engulfing, and we need to take out these highs. This lower high right here needs to be taken out. And then price needs to hold support at that SR flip. If we can do that, then we don't have to do this. That's when it changes for me. A good start though, right? We still got 4 days left in the week and we're almost already at our bullish engulfing. After that, we get into this vector gap, right? Market maker is on our side here because we've got a vector gap right above, right? The question is, do they satisfy with waiting to fill that later, or will they go for it now? If they go for it now, the chances of what we were talking about, that bullish outcome, are increased, obviously. If we do this, if we come up and we reject off of this SR flip, then chances are we're going lower, even if we get a bullish engulfing. So yeah, we really don't have a lot of time. You know, I'd rather get this out of the way in the next 4 days, pump up, take all that bearishness out, and then go for all-time highs. But that's the rocket ship, right? The rescue ship scenario that we're talking about is the one where we reject. That means this is a rescue ship, not a rocket ship. This is time for you to gather your horses, get all your money, get all your dry powder together, and wait for these ranges. Well, that's why we're watching Global M2, right? This is October 9th on a 105-day offset here. Right? This is my birthday. My birthday is always bullish, guys. I told you that from the beginning of time. My birthday is a crypto indicator. October 24th, there's a little pump in liquidity. Halloween, it tops. You get a lower high on liquidity in Halloween. November 7th is your next move up. Right? So from Halloween to November 7th, you're getting sell-offs. And then the next move up tops out December 6th. So if this just goes down and that's it and it's over, then cool. Then we take our, you know, my timing is right at that point. If we don't, and the rate cuts pump global liquidity, then we might see a double top scenario. If they cut by like 50 or 75 basis points or something crazy, then there's a chance that we could super cycle, or at least right translate the cycle. But the good thing is that we're going to have all this information before we get there. right? I'm already looking at what global M2 is doing when price is at December, right? This is what's happening right now on global M2. Let me be clear for guys that are new and don't understand what I'm doing here. This is what's happening right now in real time, global M2. But global M2 and Bitcoin are at 105-day offset from each other. Between 95 and 105 days, there's argument for either. So we're looking at global M2 pushed forward into the future, so we can see how Bitcoin will react, or what the liquidity will look like underneath Bitcoin at these times. Right. So my thesis has always been September, October, November, right, is when we really start paying attention. And then November, December exits. So by looking at this, it kind of seems that way, right? October, looks like we have a sell-off into the beginning of the month. Or remember, this isn't Bitcoin price, this is liquidity, right? So we have contraction in liquidity towards the beginning of the month, and then an explosive move at the end. And then November starts with a contraction, and then it has a big move into December. So by looking at this, I would have to assume that November is going to be bullish.
My birthday.
The question is, what's December going to do? And the good thing is that we get to find this out before we even get to October. We'll know what December did because of the offset. So yeah, I'm calm with my exit. And not just because of that. I mean, all of the metrics, none of the metrics have hit yet that we look for bull market tops. Guys, this isn't what euphoria feels like. I mean, I know y'all know, but I say it just to remind you that bull markets top in euphoria.
If anything, it's despair. For altcoin holders, at least.
Oh, what happened? What'd you say? Yeah. Bull markets, they top in euphoria. Like, I guess I should probably forget that there's new people. So some of the stuff that I used to show, I don't show anymore. 1 second.
And you can also look at the Google Trends. It's still very low in terms of search for Bitcoins at 21. Last time we peaked, it was at like 100.
All right, so check this out, Joe. Most of y'all have probably seen this already, but pardon the flashbang. So this is the psychology of market cycle, right? And this happens in one bull market, and it also happens within 15-minute charts. It happens within 5-minute charts. You can find the same sort of psychology depending on if people are trading on a 1-minute chart, right? So bull markets top in euphoria, right? I'm a genius. We're all going to be rich. That's not where we're at right now. Honestly, I would say that we're somewhere in between. We're somewhere in between belief and optimism. If I was to put a poll right now, on is the bull market is over, it would be more than 30%. Right? So I think we're somewhere in between the rally is real and time to get fully invested. When we get to thrill, you'll know. Thrill starts to feel, I'll buy more on margin, gonna tell everybody to buy.
Does that feel like election time?
Yeah, that was our last euphoria was when Trump was elected.
Okay, that was euphoria, you would say.
Yeah, that's when. Okay. But that's why I say that we can see these cycles inside of the cycle many times.
Yeah.
Like in specific coins, even like when something like Link, like on the Link run, right? You saw all of this on the Link run. Or like with Pyth or whatever, right? Like right now, people are probably somewhere in anxiety or denial, right? It just keeps going down, hasn't come back yet.
The text under anxiety. Why am I getting margin calls?
Yeah, why am I getting margin calls is crazy. Why? Because you're a pig. That's why. You're piggy. Yeah. We'll see. People would say that these people would be wrong, but I want to give both sides of the spectrum. The people that are saying the bull market is over, they're saying that little party we had where we blew a couple sirens and said when we hit 124 on Bitcoin, that was euphoria. And that all of us idiots right now that are buying, thinking that it's going to keep going up, are in complacency, thinking that we just need to cool off to the next rally. That's what their argument. That's what their argument would be. Those people have never seen true euphoria, or they're lying to you. One of those two things. They've either never been here for the euphoric phase, or they're just straight up lying to you. I can't wait for this. I can't wait for the panic, capitulation, anger. Anger is my favorite. This is the crypto is dead when you're down at anger.
Oh, yeah.
All of this gets flipped, guys. If you took profit and you're not in position, you're not feeling the anxiety, the denial, the panic, the capitulation, the anger. You're not feeling none of that shit. You're excited. Everything you love is getting cheaper. All the coins you love are getting cheaper day by day by day. Because we're humans, Chris. We're humans, right? It's psychology runs the majority of this. Price creates those emotions. The emotions don't create the price, right? But on a more technical side, the reason that the cycles repeat is because they're all tied to a global liquidity cycle, or the real estate cycle is tied to the mortgage-backed security cycle, right? Or commodities are tied to the 7-year commodity cycle. Like everything is tied to a different pool of liquidity, and as that pool of liquidity goes expanding and contracting, those risk assets tied to that pool of liquidity also expand and contract. We have cycles because money's not unlimited. Yeah, there's always differences, Chris. Every cycle has had differences. Every single one of them. That's why they say, like, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And it rhymes just enough for you to catch the beat and get out with some profits.
What are you speculating the next difference is going to be, like a longer bear market?
Yeah, I think we're going to see. I mean, the idea that I'm really tossing around in my head is the idea of a right translated bull top with a left translated bear market. Meaning, instead of a year of the bear market, we get 7 months. But instead of 3 years of bull, we get 3 years and 3 months. You know what I mean? 3 years and 4 months. The way that it's looking, I just don't see, if we're really going to get rate cuts in September and October, then I don't see that not affecting global liquidity. Now, the question is, will it be enough to break? I don't think it might be enough to bring us just to a double top. Because remember, this global liquidity is every central bank in the world. Just because we haven't turned the money printer on doesn't mean, you know, we can't run the show by ourselves, in other words, right?
We can't forget about December meeting too. They could cut
Yeah,
there too.
yeah, yeah. At that point, it should be, if we get that rate cut in December, then it will at the very least, I think, be right translated. But remember, when I say a top, when I say like a November, December top for Bitcoin, that you have to push that forward 3 to 6 weeks for some alts, because your speculative shit is gonna go topping out after that. We'll take a look at it, Chris.
Polly is saying 62% in December for a decrease, 25.
Let's take a look at Bitcoin on the weekly.
Polly's going live in the US too.
And let's drop our MACD on there. So now we got to compare apples to apples here, right? If we're going to do this. So, yeah, the last 2 times, right, that we've flipped the MACD on the weekly, it's led to longer contractions. Right? But if we're going to look at it time-wise, but we'll just go through all of them. Doesn't matter. Here you had the MACD flip for 2 bars, right, and pump out. Then this is when our this is when we had the FUD from the banks and all of that shit that ended up dropping us. But this is what I want to show you that I think is interesting. So if we are in the range before the parabola, right? You see that? I remember this MACD flip, right? I was in position. I remember the FUD that came with this MACD flip. I remember how everybody was saying that we weren't done yet, we weren't ready to go, you know. So I need to see more than just the MAC, right? Because as of right now, it's almost exactly what we've done now, except for maybe a smaller little, yeah, a deeper dip, sort of closer to this. But I mean, all we did was go up and to the right after that. Right? Now, this is what it'll look like. So I get it. I'm not saying you're wrong to be upset. I mean, you're wrong to be nervous about it because, yeah, these two look just like the two that we just had. But so do these two and these two. Yeah, yeah. So it's worth watching, definitely, you know. It's worth watching, but it's not something that I would act deterministically on personally.
If we don't get those rate cuts, he might be onto something though.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's gonna have to be more than that, right? And the MACD doesn't predict whether we get a rate cut or not, right? It just shows weakness.
I wonder what the RSIs are looking like.
So what we do now is you want to check this weakness, right? So if you really want to come in and check this weakness, then you need to find out. Let's do this. Grab this price action. Let's bring you down here so you can live with the MACD. All right, so we can go into the future by going back into the past in time frames, right? So if you want to know what's happening to these candles on the weekly, right, you have to go back to the 6-day, the 4-day, the 3-day. So you see how we're starting to curl back up. This sort of pressure on the MACD will bleed into the weekly, right? If we came to the daily and this thing was still just coming down or sharply dropping, right, or concave, then you would say, oof, that's going to roll over into the weekly, right? But let's keep going into the future or going into the past. You know, the 12-hour we've popped already. Right? So you're starting to see the rollover. If that MACD on the weekly is really going to continue going down, then these lower time frames will have to roll over. And so you can always follow it down.
I mean, it makes for a nice fake out on the weekly. Make a point like that.
I mean, that's what happened. That's what happened on what we were looking at, right? We were on the weekly. Hold on, let's bring price back up, back where you belong.
Shake people out to make them FOMO at the top.
On the weekly, it's what we saw in 2020. Right? It's exactly what we saw in 2020. And it was right after COVID too. So like that's why I specifically remember this, because like we were coming out of COVID and then everybody was like, oh, the Mac, like, is this really it? Could this really be a recovery? Are we gonna pump while the world is like locked in? And then we started getting that flip on the MACD. Yeah, Sha, I've been saying it for a minute. Taking profit during this bull market sets you up to be able to buy the dip on the real estate market. Real estate market should top 2026. The real estate market works on an 18.6-year cycle, right? It's tied to mortgages. It's tied to the mortgage cycle. Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you're staring at the weekly MACD, you're worried about what's going to happen on the next weekly flip. If you just go to the daily, you can see it. You don't have to wait for it. It's there, right? It'll let you know whether that next flip is going to be red or that next flip is going to be green. If that next flip is going to be red, the daily is going to be bleeding out. Right? If you see the daily looking like it's recovering, then the chances of getting a lighter shade, red on the next one increases. So it's just a way to get in front of it. That's all. What's going on, Dara? Yeah, I think we're all basically in that same position right now. Right, guys? In some longs, DCAing dips. Maybe looking for short-term sort of short plays and shit like that. Yeah, I'd go out on a limb and say most people are probably in the same boat. Not expecting high targets is good. But do prepare yourself to see numbers that you don't expect so that you don't end up leaving positions too early, because shit can get kind of crazy. Yeah, we were just looking at the weekly. Well, it's the same. It's the same thing we did here. The only difference is that we actually broke macro support. Right? So if we want the same outcome, then we have to have the same result. Right? Which means bullish engulfing that takes out this high. Right? Just how we had this one. Had a bullish engulfing that took out the lower highs. Oh, you're talking what, down here? Well, this is, so there's the bearish and bullish, right? The bullish scenario, and this is the most probable scenario right now because of what we broke on the macro. The most probable scenario is that we come down to 1045. That doesn't hold 101. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Let me show you. I've got a chart that'll help with that. So are you talking about these liquidity sweeps? Like the 1 to 75, where we basically pump, consolidate, sweep liquidity, and then pump out? All right, well, look at the structure that we've been running, right? We've done this our entire time. This is what we've been running this play. Pump, consolidate, sweep liquidity, bull flag. Okay? Pump, consolidate, sweep liquidity, bull flag. We've done it over and over and over. Pump, consolidate, sweep liquidity, bull flag. Pump, consolidate, sweep liquidity, bull flag. Over and over. Check this out. How do we do this? Let me see. So we've literally done the same thing over and over. I guess this is going to be the day of fractals, but look at this fractal. Yeah. Now just take that and place it on the next pop. I just range trade them. So that's the complete fractal played out again, which I believe takes us out to our tops. That's why I said that this range right here, I'm looking for a bull flag that fails blow off top, bull flag that fails. This is our extended. This is our extended cycle sort of play out. Yeah, just ride the waves, man. Consolidation zones aren't hard to trade as long as you're very quick at identifying the range, right? And have good risk metrics. I think there's a good chance, Serbo. I think we might have done all the damage that we needed to do in August. But the chart still has to prove that. Remember, we don't know if it's a rescue ship or a rocket ship yet. This isn't here just to look cute. Like, this is dead ass the question that we're supposed to be answering right now. For each individual person. It's hard because a lot of the strategies that are successful, Dara, when you get into consolidations, they are absolutely horrible. You'll get chopped up. Right? Like my 5 and 13 or my 13 and 50 strategy. If you trade that during a range, you're going to get chopped up. You're going to be in and out of positions 20, 30 times. What's important at that point is identifying the range and playing the deviations. Right? Ranges give us a couple of opportunities to trade. Right? Price comes in and out of ranges. And then you get your deviations. And you get your breakouts. Right? So that's what price will do in a range. You know that something's a deviation if it comes out of the range and then doesn't hold support. Right? If it's allowed back into the range, then it's a deviation out of the range. Now, one or two things happen there. When a deviation comes back into the range, it seeks out the bottom of the range again. So that's a trade, right? When range bottoms, it seeks out the top of the range. That's a trade. So your range traders will buy the lows, sell the highs, or short the highs, right? Long the lows, short the highs, long the lows. On deviations, you wait to see if you get that retest, right? You don't know if this is a breakout or a deviation until you get accepted back into the range. So here we break out, we held support, and then price goes. Right, so this is a perfect deviation play here where you buy the dip on a deviation out of the range, sold the top, bought the bottom of the range, sold the impulse, bought the bottom of the range again, and you're gone. Now, obviously, you don't have to buy the pico tops and pico bottoms, but when you're on futures, you want to get as close as possible, right? Which means you have to catch a falling knife on these. But that's basically the structure, and you'll see it over and over, right? Which is what's so important about what happened to us on our weekly close, because that's exactly what the problem is. This is what happened to us in our range. This box is our range, right? So just like we were talking about before, identify the range. Price ranged and then deviated, came back, held support, but didn't break the tops, finally got accepted back into the range, which makes this a deviation, right? So price should seek out the bottom of the range. But since we're talking about weekly candles and not like, minute candles, you have to give it 1 week to play out, which is why I said on this weekly candle that we have, if we can get above and have a bullish engulfing and catch support somewhere outside of that range, then we can cancel that deviation out. Devilfish, they talk about it every bull market, bro. There's this, I like to call them the super cycle bros. The super cycle bros come out of the closet at the top ish of every bull market. One thing I will give it is that there's a lot more going for the idea of a right translated cycle this time than there has ever been, just because of how late we've taken to start providing liquidity, right? Yeah, the whole summer was a massive deviation there, exactly. It was a breakout, fake out that ended up being a deviation. I mean, it was some good money to be made, right? But we didn't hold support above that range. Once you get included back into the range, right? Once you get accepted back into the range, then any price action above that was a deviation. All right, guys, my food is here. I've got to go eat before I start getting hangry, and then my TA is going to be suspect after that. That's true, Mac. People have a really short memory, bro. If Powell comes in here and aggressively cuts at the end and sends us into like a prolonged bull market, he'll be everybody's guy at that point.
People would love him, man.
Oh yeah, what? Powell t-shirts and shit. Powell meme coins left and right. Nah, he would be the darling of the market. All right, family, trade safe. I'll be back in a bit.
Enjoy your food.
Super chat. I appreciate you, Chris.
Appreciate your TA, brother.
All right, y'all. Slap that like button. There's 109 people and 100 likes. That's gonna give me a complex. All right.
Me.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I see red vectors. I see blue vectors. Oh, man. How's everybody doing? What are you guys seeing? I'm just getting back into charts. I haven't looked at it in a few hours. What I'm seeing is we're still in the same old predicament. Anything else come out? Any other ones flipping or floating or ripping or dropping? I don't know. Hello, everybody. I ask because I know that there's a lot of different tentacles out from the boat, watching a lot of different markets, a lot of different coins, a lot of different things. So it's the only reason I come on here and ask is, hey, everybody on the boat, what you seeing? All of us are looking out at different angles, and some of you guys have binoculars, some of us have sonar things, some of us have weather data. But what's cool is when we pull it all together and we really look at all the data instead of just being on a boat by ourselves out in the ocean. It's really cool what everybody always detects and is always looking for in every direction. And as a team, it's actually really cool to be together because we can see stuff coming up from deep ocean because of our sonar. And we can watch when it's about to rain because of our radar. And we can also see when the wind's coming in and when the currents are changing. All because we're watching a little bit different parts of what's really going on. Dbloc has created a really, really cool vessel, and I can't say thank you enough for what he's done. Everybody in YouTube chat and everybody that puts up with me when I drink White Claws. And bottom line is, we're all like a crew. We're all in the same boat. I can't say thank you guys enough. Dbloc's the captain. All the rest of us are crew. What's awesome is we've realized how to do all the different things on the boat. You could be a bartender. You could go scrub this hallway. You could go check out the engine room. The good thing is we've learned a little bit about the entire boat. It's a tough one to figure out. You can't just jump on a boat and go point at things and attempt to do it yourself. It's a pretty good crew. Can't say thank you enough. Thanks for teaching us the boat, Dbloc. You guys know me. I always give off analogies. I don't mean to be any sort of crazy Joe and his boat analogy. Go for it. There's an entire universe that I could associate it with, but I don't need to do that. I can bring it down to our solar system. I could do that as well. Bring it down to our Earth. Relativity is what we all understand. And I don't mean to be crazy. I don't mean to be anything but understanding and understood. I just try and put things in predicaments and understandings that people can relate to in everyday's world. So, again, I don't mean to be crazy. We're all in this boat together. Joe don't have the boat down or up. The thing is, we're all in this boat. It's a pretty big ocean. It's pretty cool once we start like paddling all of our oars together, and the current's going that way and the wind going that way. It's like, man, it's called a bull market. We haven't quite got there yet. That's what I give everybody so much pride and dignity for making your way through it. If you guys are truly here and you're still holding on, doing your thing, not wiping your tears off of your below your eyes or wiping the sweat off your brow. There's a reason we're all still here. And I can't say thank you enough to the entire community about it. Is all I'm really trying to say. Spire, what is a Hell Drivers 2 tutorial? What is that one? I see you typed it in there. Everybody's typing all kinds of stuff on YouTube. Oh, it's ripping back up, but I just don't like it. I mean, there was huge red vectors. I think this one's going to come up and fill it up like half the way like it already has done. See already the wick on this one. FD is getting way closer. The 200's been dragging up, but right here, I just feel like it could be a punch through, falls fake out quick. You look at it on a larger, higher time frame other than a 15-minute or an hourly. Yeah, all in on ADA. There you go, Christian. I really think ADA has a lot in front of it, and we've all kind of smushed and mushed it. It's like mashed potatoes, but man, once that thing has gravy on it, I think ADA's gonna be a good one. And it's one of those things that'll be with Thanksgiving. You know, we have like stuffing, mashed potatoes, turkey. It's like one of those, I'm telling you, I feel like it's the mashed potatoes of Thanksgiving. They all put, in the end, they're all going to put gravy on top because that's what we do at Thanksgiving. But again, darn it, I apologize with me and my analogies here, but I feel like Cardano is going to be the mashed potatoes at the table. It's always got to be there. It always has a function. It's not like slicing the turkey of it. And we have other ones that are going to be like the stuffing. It's their favorite, but they're all on the table. My question, which one's going to be the gravy? That's my biggest question. That everybody wants all over the top of all three. Or all five of the things you got on your plate. What do you do in the end? You put the gravy on top. I guess that's my analogy of the day. Out of all those coins, I go, can I get a side of Jasmine? Sounds better than all of them. I mean, if you were like at a place and you could order something on the side, like, yo, could I just get a side of Jasmine with that and ranch or something? Like honey Dijon. It's like one of those things once you find it. Oh, aioli. Oh my goodness. You dip stuff in it. It's your favorite. Sounds like you jasmine to me. I wish I could play video games. I'm terrible at them. I'm missing a part of my left hemisphere of my brain. So when I try and like play like Call of Duty like I used to before brain surgery, no, I'm slow as could be. I get wrecked. I'm just like checking out plants and stuff. all in. Let's go. What up, Sin? I'm seeing a possible entry on WLFI, World Liberty. I've been checking out the blockchain. They've been doing some burns. And who knows what they're going to vote. But there's probably going to be some interesting votes coming up with that.
Knew that was going to get you.
Yeah, I was watching. I didn't want to show it for people like, yo, I can't believe you didn't get it, you know? And I was trying to play it off. Like, of course I had my eye on it, but now that I got it, I can chill it. But yeah, crypto Mac knuckles are very hairy. They're getting hairy. I'm still ultra bullish. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still bullish.
And once that thing catches on, man, it's not going to stop. They're predicting that to get up to $100 billion market cap. And I believe it. You see how fast Trump got up there.
Yeah, Trump's gonna pull some kind of rabbit out of the hat. Maybe not this week, maybe not next, but you know, during this run, they strategically dropped it now for some reason, I think. And the kind of push, he's like, this is not on Twitter. He posts like, this is not just a meme coin. It kind of showed. I mean, there was like, that's kind of a knock. That's kind of, I'd be pissed if I was a Trump holder, you know, a Trump token holder, because he kind of knocked his own meme token. But just, I don't know, seeing that, you know, they're digging in and the volume's still okay. So I'm like, all right, let me check it out, you know. I still think Pump and Fartcoin are going to make a crazy run, but I dug in pretty hard on this WLFI.
I'm going to release it while the market was taking a pullback, so they could sell off too.
Yeah, I just bought recently though. I just like bought half hour ago.
Yeah, I'm looking at it because I know that thing's it's gonna take off.
Are you guys been? Drew, how you been? Check this out. I'm only holding a tiny touch of Pump. Your Pump's doing great, man. It's been holding up. Guess what I converted my Pump into? Fartcoin. Jasmine. Nice.
Jasmine.
If you really look at Jasmine, where it's sitting, where it's bonking, where it's pushing, where it's ready to go from, I converted what I sold or my orders filled into some Jasmine. Let's go. Yeah, Jasmine. Don't forget about that sucker down here. I'm telling you, look at it on a larger time frame, and I think you might want to almost scoop some of your.
I get into Pyth.
Everything's been doing great. Everything's been holding structure, but you know how we're all feeling. Still holding. If he dumps on people's heads here, or if they don't do something right with his token. So I'm thinking this drop's not that bad. You know, it ran up to 30 billion, I think, market cap, or 35 billion. Right now it's at 20 billion. It could drop even a little bit more, but you've been scooping into that thing. What you been doing, Drew? What are you doing, guys? Well, Talk to us. I've been letting it drop. That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm not talking. That's some time. I'm dropping some science right now. All right. So I'm just thinking that, you know, right now, you know, Trump, it's his last term, right? But you know his kids are gonna run. And you know they're gonna push this. Right now, I don't know, there's some countries trying to get involved with this. So if they're calling it World Liberty Financial and they're pitching it to other countries to get involved, and now if you see in the same token they're pitching this American Bitcoin thing. I feel like it's their real attempt. Their other one, their Trump coin, other things, that was just a way to accumulate billions of
they've been
dollars.
working on
This
this for
one's
a
like the
while.
real legitimate attempt to do it, and we're watching, we're
Yeah.
witnessing how the world's absorbing it, what they're seeing, what they're expecting, and the way they're diverging and or
Well,
compressing
what's
things
interesting
into
is
it.
they got a lot of. I don't know how much of the stable coin they have, but there's like their whole ecosystem has more than $10 billion right now, like in their wallets for their ecosystem, because they got that new USD1, and that might be some competition for
True.
USDC.
Drew, either
Right.
way, zoom out, and it's the same exact thing. If you zoom out from the entire focus of the entire derivative of it, this entire cycle, look what we're getting ready for, look what we're kind of anticipating. But either way, you want to go poke into something stuff like that, you want to go do it. I know we see how much dollars are coming into it, but what's weird is to see is it's one of those things I want to sit on the sidelines, watch where it's going to in this cycle, and plan for it in the bottom of the bear market to properly gauge and grab on it. Because from here, I think if you're only grabbing stuff like that, you're kind of risking it. If you're running on feelings, you're running on hopes and desires, it's tough at this time.
Well, also technically you got to run on TA too, of course, but that's
Of
like I
course.
waited for this thing to dump. I mean, of course it could dump more, but I'm not going to dig in hard on something that's green. So this has been red
You
for the last.
understand what I'm saying, though.
This has
Bottom
been red
line, you
for the
understand what I'm
last
saying. Don't run on feelings.
I think 3.5 days it's been red. So I'm just kind of betting. All right, let's see if it's going to flip it and give us a green day. Speaking of green day, I don't know. Let me put on some music.
Pump you up.
Hey,
Drew, did you sell your pump? Because I saw a large order of 35 million of them sold at a point, and then it took off after. I was wondering, Drew, did you do that?
You do
Negative.
it.
No.
Are you still holding pump, Drew? Period.
Yeah, I'm still holding pump. I still got Farcoin. I still got Solana. I
yeah.
still got Ethereum. And now my largest position is WLFI for today.
All right,
That's my
deal.
largest position
So I
today.
see where you transitioned over. That's actually sounds like a pretty good pop, bro. It actually sounds like a pretty good hand. Nice.
We'll see. We'll see. So far, so good.
Let's go. But I think, we all have a retracement. So be careful with stuff. Understand what we're doing. Places it can go. Where
Who,
we're
be
at.
careful? I'm never careful, man. Come on now.
I know, Drew. I'm in the same boat. I don't put a stop loss. So we put a lot of dollars into these things. I'm in the same boat because you're pulling on the right or I'm pulling on the left. Bottom line, we're still in the same boat. When we
everybody
can
needs
get to shore, we're all
a little
working on it.
world liberty. Everybody needs a little bit of that because, yeah, our president is backing it, man. Not
What I
every day
like
your
is
president.
is the team. It's the team. It's not just me pulling on a right and you pulling on a left. No, cuz there are trillions of dollars in this market. And we're just a little boat. And it's so awesome that we're all here as a team. And I can't say, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you enough for you guys putting up with me, my BS.
So you got to think bigger of yourself than a little boat, man.
What I'm saying is there's a way that people get from a little boat on and understand how to build a larger vessel, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're in the process of understanding how to incorporate all these different currents and winds and how to build a really nice vessel, which we're all in the process of doing.
Well, it's all state of mind at first. And I think if your state of mind is right, and that's why you have to think big to be big. So that's where you went wrong right there when you said, I'm just a little boat.
I am
bigger, man.
a
You're not a
little
little
boat in this
Stop saying you're a
massive
little boat.
ocean.
Say you're a massive ass freight, whatever.
I'm learning how to build a freight vessel. I'm just a little guy that still builds it out of wood and things and learns how to build a better vessel after I sank that one the first time or something, So we're not quite at that industrial level. What I'm really trying to tell you is I think our team can build a hell of a vessel and it doesn't even have to stay above water or rely on wind. This thing could be a submarine that's nuclear. at the rate we're going.
You know what? No, we
And
do
our
not want to
team
be
could build
underwater,
a
Joe.
badass vessel
There you go again,
that
you
could
Joe.
fly
We do
as
not
well.
want
We
to
get
be
it up to speed,
underwater,
it could
Joe.
go
Stop,
underwater, and this thing could
stop.
fly after, Drew, if we
We don't wanna
properly
go-
plan it and
We
stage
don't
this
want to go
vessel.
underwater. We don't want to be a submarine. We don't want
It's
nuclear.
the
We want
capabilities. It's the
We want
capabilities of the
fuel. We
vessel
want
of which we
pump.
created.
We don't
Drew,
want dump.
listen to what I'm telling you.
Water is with dump.
Why
Sky
do you
and
think
rocket
why do
fuel
you
is
think
with
we
pump.
have visual footage of the United States military having vessels that go from air, like literally in the air down into the sea? Because ideology, and if you really wanted a vessel that could do anything in the world, wouldn't that be what you'd want it to do? So I'd like you to expand that into our time frame and what vessel I'm speaking of, what I think we can create over this time frame. Imagine what we're gonna
I don't
realize
know,
in this
man. I
bear
think you're
market
getting a little
structure.
too deep, Joe. You're getting too deep for me. All I'm worried about now is that Baron Trump dump his coins on my head right now. So let's hold the line. You hear me? We gotta hold this 21 cents, all right? I'm gonna
Deal.
go get the soldiers and I'll be right back.
Hold it. Let's go. Sure, I hear you, bud. I'm sorry I mumble at the world, but I hope you guys hear what I'm truly trying to say half the time. I mean well, I'm not crazy. But maybe there's other avenues in which I could properly convey this to other people instead of doing it on Dbloc's chart. And everybody's more paying attention to what's really going on here, Bitcoin. Come now, tap that 200. Let's go. Once that 13 crosses the 50, watch yourself. So it's already made a couple attempts, and that I don't know. Keeps it real. I also don't drink, and I already have orders set. So anytime you hear me on here mumbling, is I'm hoping it either goes up there and sells some of my stuff, or it goes down there and buys some stuff. You guys, I have so many different inventory of so many different things. I have sell orders and buy orders across the entire algorithm of each and every one of the darn things. So if it goes up, I sell some. Sweet. If it comes down, I buy more. I'm not crazy, I promise. And in all honesty, I'm still in my bear mentality, my bear accumulation strategy of it all. I'm just sell some, buy some more, sell some, buy some more. It's like an inventory of a shoe store. How many shoes you got on the rack? Some of them are boots, some are sandals, some are
Come on, man. What are you doing?
Just make sure you buy some turkeys.
Yo, Joe, did you work on the Waikoloa Beach Marriott Resort and Spa on the Big Island?
Nope. I've only worked on Marriott since I've been back to the mainland. I made granite countertops when I was out in Hawaii. So we made what was the resort again?
Waikoloa.
Oh, the Waikoloa is we actually made like 3 different bathrooms. So we did just the bathroom structures, but we never did the upper part. So the upper bathrooms and stuff were already redone, but we did 3 of the bathrooms and one of their, I think, concierge desks in their main lobbies. But yeah,
So you got back into the customer facing when you got back to the Big Island, mainland?
I love how you say it, mainland, cuz.
Yeah, I lived there off the grid for a few years.
Which I know.
Big Island.
So you lived on Hawaii, Big Island.
Yeah.
It's a big place. What I didn't realize when I went there is there's not much to see. There is not many beaches. It's such a new volcanic surface. There's no like sandy beaches because it's like so vertically risen and it's so new. That's what I realized about all the older islands is that each and every one of the islands that you go back, they have more sand and more sand, and it's more fine the older they are. Big Island has no sand, cuz we got a couple different color beaches and stuff. You know exactly what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we only got the green sand beach on Big Island.
A couple here and there
Captain
because
Cook.
it's so new. It's such like a new root that just popped out of the ocean, you know? I love you ever go to Kauai?
Yeah, I've been to all of them.
Oh, Kauai was probably your hands down favorite compared to what you're used to on Big Island. You were like, as soon as you stepped on, like off the plane, you're like, oh my God, we could go everywhere.
I got stuck there during COVID. That's why I ended up just living there.
Oh, that's a great time. Did you guys go over to the west side and check out like where it almost looks like the Grand Canyon on the west side? West side?
Yeah, I was everywhere, man. Helicopters, everything.
If you went helicopters, you probably went up to the Nepali coast, which is up towards the North Shore, but Honolulu Bay, and then you go past it over into Nepali coast. If you was on a helicopter, they had to have brought you there.
Man, I saw where Jurassic Park was filmed. I saw everything. I saw
Absolutely.
Mark Zuckerberg. I saw Oprah Winfrey's. I saw everything.
One day at a time. You gotta appreciate every step that you've taken on this planet. It's a pretty cool place.
Yo, turn that elevator music back on.
What's good, YouTube? What's going on, everybody?
What up, Dbloc?
Hello. Just got back from probably my most half-assed workout ever.
We have those days. We have those days.
That shit was... I don't know who I was fronting for. I should have just stayed on.
It's all emotional support when you go in there and do that.
Nah, I feel like people looking at me, bro. People judging me. Chick behind the counter's like, didn't you just get here? Like, look.
Right? You leave early. Like, oh.
Like, look, all right, so I'll chill in the locker for like 10 minutes so I don't got to get the nasty looks.
Yeah, at least you showered, right?
Yeah.
So they think.
What's good, man? Everybody good?
Chilling, bro. Waiting to see what Bitcoin's gonna do. We get a reaction or
Slowly
sideways?
climbing. I think we're up till tomorrow.
Yo.
Up.
I'm all in. Let's go.
What's good, True?
What's up, Dbloc?
I have not erased this rocket ship versus rescue ship. So anybody online that's telling you they're sure that that was the bottom or that that wasn't the bottom and they're positive about it, I would unsubscribe. Because we have no evidence in either direction just yet. People are literally just giving TA on their bias right now. The chart has not told us whether this is the bottom or not.
But how can I unsubscribe to Trump?
What did Trump say? What did Trump say about the dip?
On Truth Social, man.
Let's go, baby. He's bullish. We in it.
Well, I
Yesterday,
mean,
he
if
said
Trump
some
said
wild
it,
shit on
you
Truth
know.
Social.
I guess we're good then. I'm gonna be cautious and leave a little dry powder on the side, but I mean, you know.
I would too. Yeah. Especially after that post I saw. Yeah.
4 hour looks good, daily looks good. The macro is still shit. We need at least one more weekly candle before we can decide on the macro.
10-4.
We're winning the fight, but the battle is not finished, my friends.
Yeah, I mean, you're rewarded right now for buying the dip, right? It's sort of similar to the top, right? Whether this was gonna be a rescue ship or a rocket ship, you should have bought the dip, right? Money's money. It don't matter whether it's gonna come back down or it's gonna keep going. And the same way, when we get to the top of this move on Bitcoin, whether you think it's a rocket ship or a rescue ship, probably a decent place to take some profits, right? Because the only difference between a rocket ship and a rescue ship at this level is that the rocket ship finds support and peels off, and the rescue ship loses support and comes down. But either way, there is that downtrend, in my opinion, that we have to look forward to. Probably tomorrow, late tonight, going into tomorrow. So just be aware.
Well, that really depends on what exchange you're using, what chart you're looking at. I just go to another chart that doesn't have something missing. Man, I don't trade Jasmine, so you'd have to browse. My best shot, Binance, my guess.
Didn't they delist Jasmine or did they relist Jasmine?
Like
Or
I said, I
they
don't.
put it on like a shit.
You get my point, what I'm saying though, Sin, right? Whether this thing is going to go up to 117, 118 and retrace to 111 or retrace to 105, the decision should probably still be the same at like 118. You know what I mean? Or wherever the top is. The only difference is whether you buy back early or whether you sit on your heels because you think you're getting lower prices. What I don't want people to do is, which is probably what's going to happen,
Fumble the bag.
is that we pop up and then you're not sure if it's a rescue ship or a rocket ship. So you're going to wait for the support to make sure. But at that point, you've already given back so much, right? Whether your decision is to buy the dip or to wait, I think it all starts with a little TP. Let's just say that this close to take off, it's not a time to be married to one side or another. You want to stay as unbiased as possible right now, so that you can be flexible. You know what I mean? You can pivot on any new data.
Break it up, break it up.
Imagine no rate cuts. That'd be a big pivot for a lot of us.
Well, if we time our top out, we were looking at global M2, my global M2 thesis. If we get a rate cut, we should catch support off of that higher low. If there's no rate cut in September, we can come all the way down. If that happens, we're getting very close to shit going wrong, because if there's no rate cut in October, it's over.
Trump just needs to say some nice things about Powell so he doesn't, like, do some personal blows to screw us over.
Well, he already fired that one lady.
He needs to go on True Social and be like, Powell was right the whole time. I was wrong. He's such a great guy. One of the highest IQ.
Trump needs to pump that WLFI. Make old Baron look good. Baron's on the board. That's his first gig. He's like, yeah, look at my grandson go.
They're all on the board.
It's funny. You look at the board, you see them four.
The son that everybody knows, that other son that looks like American Psycho. What's his name? You know what I'm talking. You guys know who I'm talking about,
Eric
bro.
and Donald.
One of them, one of the Trump sons is
Eric.
like, you gotta watch him, bro. He's done some shit in this past.
But yeah, it's them four, and then a bunch of people you've never seen or never heard of.
Yeah, the ones really running shit, basically.
Exactly.
He was the one telling everyone to buy up Solana.
That's the way it's done, though. You don't buy into a company, whether it's
Solana and ETH, my bad.
whether it's with influence or with money. If you have that much influence, or like, let's say, you're buying a piece of a company or whatever, and you're putting in 50 mil, 100 mil, that doesn't come without a seat on the board. If you're bringing influence to a company and it's worth 50 mil, 100 mil, 200 mil, 500 mil, that definitely comes with a seat on the board. You got to have some oversight over your investment.
Have you looked at the chart? It pumped a little bit, dumped. Right now, I'm hoping this little double bottom at 21 cents holds. I bought some right at 21.
I would imagine that anybody that got in on the pre-sales had the opportunity to dump off already, which was the big problem. They just dumped off on people who bought on exchanges. Regular old shit, same old shit. The question is the dump over, right? Is everybody that wanted to
About
sell had the
40%,
opportunity to
40%
sell?
of them, yeah, 40% already dumped.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still 60% that are holding from the pre-sale.
This is Trump's money set to land 500 million payday via circular world Libby finance deal. What is alts that got listed on NASDAQ? What's that? For altcoins?
There's the American Bitcoin stock.
Alt Sigma Corporation stock price. I know Eric.
See, I have a hunch, man. This might sound crazy. I always got these crazy theories. One of my theories now is that they're going to start dissing the hell out of Bitcoin because it's not American. And they're going to say it's not home team anymore. And they're going to rewind and backtrack what they said about the strategic reserve. And they're just going to be like, you know, we're going to stay with
Wait,
Ethereum.
what kind of Bitcoin?
Well, right now it's called the American Bitcoin. If you see like a lot of the World Liberty financial guys, they were pushing. It's called the American Bitcoin, and it's on Nasdaq now.
That's crazy.
But the whole thing is, I think I don't know, unless they know what's up or what to do. I think they're gonna start flooding Bitcoin because I like just that whole thing is like to come out with the American Bitcoin, and it's not even crypto. It's like something else. It's like I guess it's a mining company or who knows what.
It's another
I
treasury
didn't even look
company.
into it.
Yeah, it's another
Another
treasury
treasury
company.
company.
Alt 5 Sigma.
I mean,
But
honestly,
yeah.
at this point, that they might as well, bro. These companies, the only reason that people are even buying them is because they're either holding Bitcoin or ETH. So you might as well
Okay,
just
so
put
it's
that
a
shit right in the name. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's a treasury company co-founded by Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. in
they
March
also have that
2025.
treasury that Crow treasury company coming, which is why Crow
Yeah.
pumps so hard.
This one I opened today. It was called Alt 5 Sigma. It opened on NASDAQ today, and Donald Trump Jr. has $1.5 billion worth of it in. Crazy.
Yeah, they want to be a part of the crypto printing press. I don't blame them.
Bro,
Yeah, they
that
still got
family
3
has
years.
that family's put their hands into everything at this point. They're filling out to be a bank. They've got an exchange. They've got stable coins. They've got shit coins. They've got treasury companies. They're into mining companies. Like they've literally stepped their foot in every sort of corner of the industry.
USD1, that could be something.
That's what
Yeah,
happens when
USD1. You keep your eye on that.
That's what happens when the banks try to shut you down, bro.
Make your
That's what
own.
they're saying. There was an interview in the morning on CNBC, and one of the guys from World Liberty, he was like, they're kind of knocking the banks. And I was like, yo, this guy's standing up pretty bold against the banks. He's like, well, either you get on board or you get left behind, and like that kind of talk.
Look at what happened. They just froze. Eric and Donald were up there talking about that they had froze over 1,000 of their accounts.
Yeah, so they might have a vendetta. You know, they might just.
It's not even that. It's self-preservation. How do we set ourselves up so they can never do this again, right? And that's how. The same way that we're trying to avoid all that shit, they're now realizing, oh, you know, we almost got Kanye'd.
Well, China right now is trying to make like a central bank of their own.
Excuse me.
I'll be right back.
That's right.
China.
It's China, India, Iran, Russia. I forgot. There's a couple other in
India
there.
got some bread, man. They got some dough.
Man, I don't care what these people are doing, to be honest with you, bro. There's a reason why I'm over here on this side. Over here on this side, we don't have to worry
I mean,
about
America
any of that
first
shit.
always, baby.
Well, I meant crypto, but that too. I'll be honest with you, once you remove yourself from the system, the news just all hits a little different. You know what I mean?
It's all BS, for better word.
Yeah, it's like, damn, that sucks. Other people have to deal with that. It's that type of thing. Buying your freedom is a real thing, man. There is a dollar amount you can get to where you buy back
Capitalism.
some of your freedom.
Damn, that house that Kaisenet's using for his latest mafia on that's about $60 million. That thing is huge. One room is bigger than my whole house. Crazy money. I can't believe how many followers he got the first minutes of his stream. Went from 0 to 170,000 like nothing. Boop.
Who?
Kaisenet.
Dude made
Close.
$87,000 yesterday taking a shower. I'm
Oh,
pocket
God,
watching.
no,
I'm
don't
pocket
talk
watching,
about
bro.
that. No, don't
You know,
watch
Speed's
that.
doing his thing too at the same time. His
Yeah,
America tour.
the tour.
I saw
I'm
a clip on X where Ray J showed up. Doing the
Yeah,
So listen, so Ray J's a little crazy, bro. Like I don't know if y'all
I
saw.
know.
I don't know if y'all
Oh,
saw
I
that
know.
interview like a month ago with not Shannon Sharp. What's the other dude's name? Damn, I can't remember the name of the interview. Anyways, he got
Sports
on
guy?
there. Yeah, he got on there and was like, I just want to take a shower with Kai and Speed. Like, I don't know why they won't invite. And he's like,
Yeah,
what?
it's because of that
The
episode
dude,
where
the dude
it's because
goes,
of
what's your sexuality? Ray J goes, well, why you gotta ask me that? He's like, well, because you just said you want to take a shower with two men. He's like, I just want to be invited.
I hate to say it, but you got to see it. It's fucking hilarious. I mean,
Nah,
it's
so
really hilarious.
so listen, so that clip went around for like a month, and then Kai's on that 30-year marathon, so they watch him sleep, they watch him in the shot, they watch him at all times, right? He can't be off camera. His team called Ray J and was like, "This is your chance," and then told Kai nothing. The Ray J just popped. Yo, that was I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the funniest like 30-45 minutes of TV I've seen in a long time, bro.
Yeah, I tried to hate on him, but you can't, man.
That
Even if it was
shit.
scripted, it was still hilarious.
Even whatever, yeah, it was perfect the way they did it.
I'm like, why are people watching this? And then I'm watching it.
The timing of it was crazy. Me, honestly, I'm pocket watching. Like, I'll turn on the stream every once in a while. I'll be doing something, and I look. I'll be like, "Ah, he's got 134
No,
subscribers."
X got all the highlights. That's all you need, bro. Trust me. That's all he got to do.
You see Drewski do the white face?
Yeah, dude, he looked exactly like a white hillbilly.
Yo, man, he looked like my cousin, yo.
He looked like my
funny, bro.
third cousin.
Drewski looks like my little cousin. It's funny. I think everybody got a Drewski in the family at some point, somewhere.
He jacked my name though. Everyone used to call me Drewski until he popped
You
up.
still got it,
and they
bro. You
stopped
can still
calling.
have it. But then
No, I don't want it no more. I don't want it
now
no
it'll seem like yeah.
I don't want it no more.
Now it'll seem like you're glazing.
Look at his new skit. He turns completely white. Like he's literally, his whole body is white. You gotta look at it.
Yo, they did a really good job on the makeup. They gave him a
That
sunburn too
makeup
on his
artist
shoulders.
needs a raise.
Yo, these streamers are spending they're spending Hollywood budgets for some of these thongs.
Yeah,
bro.
I would. I mean, why not? You gotta
Bro,
invest
he
in
was
your
at a
product.
NASCAR race, and I thought he was just another hillbilly.
That was hilarious, bro.
But you
When I
gotta
first saw
imagine
it, I
though.
was like, no.
I'm not saying it's the same, of course. It's you got the right to do it. You're not like just coming from the other end. But imagine if it was flipped and someone was doing that was a white dude pretending to be a black dude.
Me personally, I think it's just
I
comedy.
mean, they did it for thousands of years.
Yeah, basically.
So.
No, but I'm saying now, like, but there'd be a lot of noise, But it's funny though. But I still think it's
When
like,
you're
all right, man,
when
you're kind
you're
of still
funny,
generalizing.
I stand by this.
Honestly,
like, it's not okay to be racist unless you're funny.
Yeah.
Like
I think
it's
we're at
done, because comedians
desensitizing,
used to be allowed to say wild shit back in the days, bro. It got a little crazy where comedians couldn't even,
Remember Richard Pryor? He used to go in.
All of them, bro. All of them used to go.
Everyone thought it was cool to be woke. Now it's not a good thing to be woke. So it's just, I don't know. It's going backwards again. So we're gonna see we're gonna see Dice Clay again. We're gonna see all those type of people again.
It's a good thing though that like no one made big noise or fuss about it. New York Post tried to make a fuss about it, but
The pendulum swings, bro. The pendulum always swings in one direction and then it swings in the other. And then the harder it swings in one direction, the harder it's gonna swing in the other. We'll see it go back the other way again before we're out of here.
Oh yeah, when we're in our geriatrics.
I know I missed it, but at 2:30, 3 o'clock, last night, maybe we get another one. Learn something on that, but maybe
What
we'll
happened
get
at
it again
2:30?
or not. Yeah.
What happened at 2:30?
Well, we on the 30-minute we had the trigger. I mean, the anchor, and like a W, push back over to 50 on the 30-minute, and then every time on the 30-minute, we've had that anchor, and that's been at the bottom of your trend line. So the anchor on the market cipher,
Yeah.
B, is kind of that, followed by the 5-minute. I've noticed where we've either had like the prior, the uneven butt cheek, followed by a cup and handle on the oscillator with a trigger, but also have the 30-minute anchor, and then also crossing, the 50 and the 5 and the 13 crossing, that's like a Giga Chad move maybe. And it's happened like 3 times this week. Just noticing that more.
Everybody's super loud. I got the volume less than halfway on Discord too, and everybody's so high. You like that for everybody?
I mess with my output all the time.
So that lately everybody sounds super loud.
You sound low to me, Woody.
Yeah, people have been saying that. I don't know. I think it's my headphones. I'm all the way up too. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with y'all. I think anything they do on that side is just a money grab, Santo. Fool me once, shame on me, right? Shit. Or shame on you. Don't ever fool me again.
Just fool me, can't get fooled again.
Bro, Bush completely screwed up that whole saying for me in my brain. Bro. I can never get that right after that. Man screwed it up. But no matter how hard I try, I can never get it right again. Like my brain replaced that sentence with his.
It's the Cole song that got me messed up with it. The beginning of that song. Yeah, role models, yeah.
You still trading Pyth with Dbloc?
Yeah, I bought some the other day, yesterday.
Some while ago. It's continuing to dip.
I'm DCAing though, so if it goes down, we're cool.
Yeah, me too. Because I think it's going to go right back up there.
Yeah, when we lost 17 cent, that was like, I was like, if I was going to sell, I needed to sell before 17. And then after that, it was like, well, I might as well hold this shit now.
Yeah.
Not calling it a shit coin, but
no. We're almost at support, right? So if we're gonna hold, this would be it. This would be our W that we took off from on the daily. Speaking of market cipher, you ever notice that those setups, your trigger waves and your anchor waves, are just higher low fractals on momentum?
yeah, well, the more and more I'm like, well, damn, why don't I just wait till that happens on the 30? I mean, shit. I mean, I'm like, find any excuse to try not to jump the gun. Like instead of fishing, I want to be an angler, and and eliminate a lot of the noise.
Well, that already played out. But more importantly, what I was looking at was the neckline. So we want to hold there. If not, we're going to end up taking this whole vector back. or catch the 50 on a daily. 13.6, 13.7. But I like where we are now for some sort of reaction. It's weak on the 4 hour. But this is that support that I'm talking about. So we've at least gone into consolidation at that support. The question is it accumulation or distribution? Looking a little bit like distribution right now. But that's our range. I might buy another little chunk at 14 if we get there. Bitcoin will take it. If Bitcoin flushes and validates this W, takes these liquidations, it'll take it. Remember, the goal of us for Bitcoin right now is to hold. Either A, to get above this damn bearish channel and invalidate it, or to at least hold support. If this support breaks and we come down underneath support, then this was a rescue ship and hopefully you peeled a little bit of profits off. I don't know about y'all, but am I the only one that's excited about this shit?
Yeah, I'm trying to dig into this Chainlink tweet on September 1st. And they're saying, so WLFI, the native governance token of World Liberty, is now officially transferable cross-chain secured by Chainlink CCIP with day one support. So are they wrapping and unwrapping like in real time, basically?
No, so that's Chainlink CCIP is what all stablecoins basically need to communicate multi-chain and across. So that's why when that stablecoin bill came out and Chainlink had it moved, I was like, oh, that's a sleeper, bro. Because all of these banks, all of these corporations, anybody that wants to start a stablecoin for the most part is going to go with CCIP.
So then like for the CCIP, I guess that's part of the CCT, the cross-chain token standard or whatever they were trying
It basically how it allows them to communicate.
Interesting. So I guess they don't even have to like wrap and unwrap. They got something else like almost API type data doing that.
CCIP stands for cross-chain interoperability protocol. If not, without CCIP, then it has to be written in code for each chain. As of right now, it's the most secure way to send information and tokens between blockchains. So last time I brought it up, this kid's made another 54K. What's going on with XRP? XRP is moving.
Kid, what?
Talking about Kai doing his mafia-thon on Twitch. $7 per sub. Actually, he's probably close to like 60K, 70K since then.
Damn.
His sub count is just, it's like somebody turned the faucet on, bro, and it's just ticking, tick, tick. I love that shit, bro. These kids are getting to the fucking bag. Pardon my French.
Oh, none taken.
That is... Well, we're still... Most important part is that we never lost the Brad Garlinghouse support. And we're still inside this bull flag. We haven't invalidated this M pattern yet. I feel a little bit better about this. Second, I'll show you where the invalidation is. I start to feel a little bit better about XRP above 307. Yeah, feel a little bit better above 307. Our measured move still brings us down to support until that M pattern is invalidated. Right, this will be the first time that we retest the support since the tweet. And the reason there's a bit of concern right now is just because of this bearish channel. So we can break out of this shit, the sooner the better. And start getting above some of these moving averages. The one good thing is that you've got a big gap in the VPVR here. Right? Which means that this should be your bullish trigger. So if you can break above 287 with volume, this should be a pretty quick move up. Right? There's not a lot of resistance here at all. That would bring you to 299. But this is the issue. Until you get above that invalidation, that possibility of coming down to 250 is still there. But you want to kill this shit. Depends on how you want to draw it. Either way, it's not bullish. I was kind by sort of drawing the channel because it's not done. But honestly, if I was following this from earlier, like if I was trading this from earlier, I'd be looking at this as a wedge, as a rising wedge that's already broken. The measured move from that would be 273. So you want to crawl back above the 200 and start pushing up and out of this area. Your best chance is, like I said, to get into this big volume gap here. You can get into this shit, then it should be easier to move price up, get into these liquidations. Let me see something. XRP ETH. Okay. Okay. Higher low on XRP ETH. Right, so if you were playing this, get rid of this. if you were playing this as a higher low fractal, then you would have sold your ETH into XRP at that psychological low. And if this plays out, then it does look like we're running into an environment where ETH underperforms XRP. Double bottom, higher low. Let me see XRP, Bitcoin. All right. XRP Bitcoin doesn't look horrible, but it's sort of got the same problem that XRP USD has. You're in a bearish channel that you need to break, or else you're going to break lower. And then let me check XRP Sol. This should be interesting. Yeah, as I thought. Yeah, XRP Sol is going to be interesting. Can't really tell by this if XRP is going to outperform Sol or Sol is going to outperform XRP. I do expect Solana to get a big influx of the capital that comes in on the next rotation. But the question of should I hold XRP or should I hold Sol? At this point, it's still Sol. You're getting a little bit of life here, right? But you got to take out some of these lower highs. But it does look better than ETH and Bitcoin, which is always a good thing. As long as you're outperforming those two, you can't really do too much wrong. Yeah, give me a second. Let me grab a drink and then I'll check Crow. All right, I'm back. So remember, what we're talking about isn't like will one pump or the other one not. Both Sol and XRP are going to move. The question of outperformance is if one gets a 3x, will the other get a 4x? So at that point, you're getting into the weeds. Like, that's serious micromanaging. I mean, it's what we do, but just to be clear, I think you're good with either one. Yeah, I'll look at Crow real quick. Pyth looks like it's going to make that move now that we were looking at to the 800, 200 on the 4 hour, 14. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me do something real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Slide over to the trading PC and handle that real quick, because that looks like it's gonna come down now. What were we looking at? We were talking about, bro. Crow is in a pretty dangerous place right now. Just from what I've told you guys about that visible range, you can see these big gaps that we're sitting on top of, right? Basically like big black holes in support. This is the way you could look at it. That 200 EMA saved Crow from coming down into those depths. We crawled over the 50. So far we're pushing, that's cool. We need to put as many of these high volume nodes underneath us as possible to get away from this. And so first things first, popping up above here and holding this and pushing away. Right? That's what you want to see. If not, what's going to happen is you're going to reject and you're going to come back down through here and it's going to be a quick ass move down to the 800 at like 20 cents. Looks like it's trying now. Psychological high is going to be the current target just off of market maker motivation. Why won't it give me any liquidations? All right, give me a second. This is where we find out if this was just vector recovery, right? If this was just coming down to grab these vectors, then we'll hold that 50. If not, those of you who didn't take a little bit of profit up top need to hope that that SR flip holds. If that SR flip doesn't hold, you still have this gap in the VPVR underneath us that takes us down through this vector. And at that point, this is a rescue ship. Let's pull our bearish channel up. I think it's just because of how hard both of them pumped, right? OKX and Crow had really hard pumps that are going to leave tons of liquidity behind. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that there's some manipulation, right? There's going to be some jockeying for position since exchange tokens are doing so well. But I think a lot of that is due to the nature of the move itself. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll take a look, Ransom. Larson, you gotta wait till everybody sells off, man. I would be a lot more comfortable waiting for the percentage of pre-sale holders to go down. Still over 50%. But I think we'll see a couple of more flushes in the next couple of days, and then it should be, at that point, everybody should be out. Yeah, OKX just pumped really hard, bro. OKX isn't the type of thing that I'd be trying to chase. And hopefully anybody in here that ran that up already took profits. Yeah, I see what you mean about the longs. Why is it not? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to check on I wanted to check on their stable real quick too. Coming on their governance token. Yeah, yeah. There's a decent amount for sure. Yeah. See what our heat map looks like. Yeah, we got stuff starting to come up off the bottom on smaller time frames. Average RSI for the top 50 is a 37 right now. None of this shit is ready, man. Weekly RSIs, I mean, we're sitting on neutral. Honestly. Look at the top 100. It's basically the same. Jelly went crazy this week. BCH, LTC, AVAX had a good move. ENA had a good move. And then if we look at everything, let's see. Yeah, Jelly looked like it performed better than anything this week. 138% for the week. Dolo got wrecked. Bank got wrecked. Fake got wrecked. See how like on the weekly everything you can see it's starting to come down, right? But it's not there yet. This is what I'm saying, yo. That the macro chart needs at least another weekly candle. Right? Not only will that let us know if we're gonna bullish engulf this last bullshit candle that we got, but it's gonna give a time for all of these alts to get back down to oversold. In a week from now, we'll check these charts and all of these coins will be down here at the bottom. There's ripe for the picking. So for me, this is a week of if you bought the dip, you're riding your positions until they top. If you missed out on the dip, if you were, you know, maybe too cautious or whatever, then sitting on your hands for a week never hurt. I don't know. Let's look at the numbers, right? So Friday we have unemployment, but tomorrow we have well, today we have unemployment claims. And then tomorrow we have unemployment rate. For today, if unemployment claims come under, right? There were 229, we're expecting 230. So if we can outperform this and have more people basically filing for unemployment than expected, then that's going to help, right? That might help the pivot, instead of being a pivot, just turn into like a consolidation or a small retrace, right? People aren't going to panic. If this number comes out under, right? The previous was 2.4%. Oh my bad, the previous was 229. If we come back underneath 229, like 200 unemployment, 200K unemployment claims, 150 unemployment claims, that would be tragic. We're talking hard reversal at that point, right? Because that's, people would look at that as ammo that Powell could use not to cut. And right now, as the way things stand, the chances of a cut are at 91%. Let's refresh. Drum roll. Oh shit. You guys saw that in real time, right?
It just happened.
Yo. 99.7%. So basically right now the market's pricing in that there's a 0.3% chance that Powell doesn't cut. Let's see if our October numbers went up. Yeah, buddy. October numbers are up too. All right, so back to the calendar. Tomorrow's numbers, Lord forgive me for what I'm about to say, but we need more Americans unemployed tomorrow. All right? We want to, I don't care if it's at 99.7. I want that shit at 99.9 when we go into that meeting. So let's do better than 230. And then ISM is important as well. They're expecting it at 50.9. If we can just hit forecast on ISM, that'll be cool. ISM will let us know how hot like the economy is getting basically. And then Friday's numbers obviously are going to be important too. Hourly earnings, non-farm employment change, and unemployment rate. So unemployment rate, we need that going up. We need a higher non-farm employment change. We need lower hourly earnings. I sound like a monster. Like hoping for these things is horrible when you really like think about what it means for regular people, you know? But obviously nobody's hoping that anybody's out of work. We're just talking about for the chances of our rate cut. Yeah, it helps us out. Dara. Everybody fire their employees tomorrow. Nah, chill. Those numbers don't pop up until the next like 2 months after that, so we'll be good. You should have done that 2 months ago. Kidding. I'll be honest with you, that's the highest that I can remember in recent memory seeing our chances for a cut. I mean, that's 99.6. Let's see what poly market's at. Damn, chances for that Litecoin ETF are up to 87% on poly market. Litecoin's a sleeper, man. When Litecoin pops, everybody's gonna be like, oh shit. Done. What are we looking at? September rate cut, right? That's what we're looking for. Fed decision in September. %, no change. Right, so it's basically at like 92%. Except for these yahoos that are betting that it's gonna go up 25. Talk about a hedge bet. So yeah, in the last, I mean, we were tight right here with no change and 25, right, on the predicted markets. And then somewhere around the 1st of August, it became obvious that we were going to get it, right? Went all the way as high as, what is that, 80%? And then we dropped when we got those numbers. But now we're diverging again. I'll tell you one thing. If there is no rate cut in September, you're going to see the biggest red candle that you've ever seen in your life. Because this many people pricing it in is a little bit scary. I mean, I'm with them. I still think that's what we get. But I'm just saying, the biggest red candles come from people getting their hopes up too high. I think it's being priced in. I think the reason that Wales dropped it was because it had gotten priced in and they weren't full yet. Right? So you knock price down so that you can buy back in just to get it back to the same price. When we were at 125, that's what Bitcoin is valued when you're getting 3 rate cuts. Right? The idea of getting a rate cut in September, October, and December was what got us to all-time highs. So when that idea was taken away, Bitcoin had to be repriced lower, right? The question then becomes, what's Bitcoin worth with no rate cuts this year? Right? Apparently apparently the market decided that Bitcoin with absolutely no rate cuts was worth 107K. Or at least without a rate cut in September, I should say, right? Bitcoin without a rate cut in September was worth 107K. That's what the market valued it at. Bitcoin with 3 rate cuts was valued at 125K. Now that the chances of 3 rate cuts have come back, the market is actively repricing Bitcoin. If something happens once this has been fully priced in, that changes that makes people think, oh, there's only going to be 1 cut or maybe no more cuts or whatever, then it will be actively repriced again. There's way more people saying the way it works here too is like the only way they count you on those unemployment numbers is if you go to the unemployment office and try to get an unemployment check. You know how many people haven't worked somewhere long enough to be able to get an unemployment check, right? They just got fired. What's going on Soul Serbo? You talking about this whole consolidation here? It looks like it's staging, right? Maybe, yeah. The 200 EMA on the 15-minute is basically acting like the hand of God here. Yep. That 200 EMA putting in work. Liquidations look like. Ugh. I don't like that the psychological ranges are underneath us for so, right? And we're so far away from Saturday. At the very least on the 5-minute, I think we're coming down to the psychological high, which means that that pattern we were looking at on the 15-minute is probably going to distribute. And we're already underneath the value area on that. Watch this foolishness. I knew it. I knew it. That's why I was like, watch this foolishness. All right. Well, that makes sense why we're holding there. This is the last high volume node before you come into this dip. Yeah, that brings you down into your psychological ranges. You have a little bit of a high volume node sitting at 203, but this is going to be a quick move down. If that doesn't hold, it's going to be a quick move. I mean, like quick. Damn, market maker, let me get the words out.
TP.
I think the next I think the next rotation is Sol. I'm gonna watch that Sol XRP chart though, because that XRP ETH looked interesting. But Sol and then Sui after that. I'm also gonna have big bag of AVAX. I know this shit sounds boring, guys, but this is where we are. Right? We're not in the fun part yet. Like I know everybody wants to hear the like super low cap gems and all that shit, but until we get there, I can only tell you what I'm doing. And what I'm doing is following the rotation that we've always had. Right? Ethereum into large caps. And then when your Sols, your Suis, your XRPs, your AVAXs, when all of that shit is running, right, outperforming, when large caps are going parabolic, that's when money flows into alt season. Right? This is the sexy stuff down here that everybody gets excited about. This is the boring shit right here that everybody's gonna ignore until it starts running, and then they're gonna ape in and they're gonna sell us their, they're gonna be our exit liquidity, and we're gonna get into the shit that they lost money on in this section instead of buying this shit, basically. We're somewhere in this overlap right now, phase overlap, right? Money flow has started to trickle into the large caps, and we're starting to see large buy-ups on some of these larger cap coins. Doge too. Doge counts. Sui counts. Sui's gonna be, I mean, in my opinion, Sui's gonna run the hardest after Sol. It's the way it happened during the first run when it went. Sol went parabolic. People made tons of money on Sol, started looking for the next Sol, and then Sui rose like a phoenix out of the ashes and shit. But so a lot of my Sui money is in Sol right now, but I do have a Sui position because I'm not saying that they won't run together. I'm just saying that the large caps will probably outperform. And that doesn't make sense to people because they're like, well, the market cap is so high. It's like, yeah, the market cap, you could be in a low market cap coin, right? And that means that your coin has more X's potential in it if it pops. But if the money doesn't come into it, it doesn't matter how many X's are possible. Right? So we pay attention to the money flow. Like, where's the money actually trickling down into? And I don't care if you're in a $3 billion project, a $5 billion project. If only projects with $1 billion plus are getting any money, then you need to be in those big projects to, to be able to secure some of that liquidity. All right, let's draw out the line of no return here. This last little high volume node right here. Is where things go bad. I do see a scenario where no matter what happens, Dom goes up. Like I was saying, right? If we hold support, alt will bleed over time-based capitulation. And as alt are bleeding and Dom is steady, as alt are bleeding and Bitcoin is steady, Dom would naturally go up, right? If Bitcoin goes down right now, alts will bleed harder than Bitcoin because Dom is in an uptrend. So people will seek the safety of Bitcoin and Dom will go up. If Dom pumps from this point towards all-time high and FOMO comes into Dom with institutional money, Dom will go up. So no matter what happens right now, yeah, I do expect Dom to go up, which is why I'm saying it's time to be careful with these alts. Right? Some of the larger cap alts, they can deal with Dom being high as long as Bitcoin's pumping. These small alts can't. Right? So if we look at Dom on like the 4-hour, we're not coming back up to the top of this shit. Right? All I'm talking about is a dead cat bounce. Right? A dead cat bounce just like this. Came down, dead cat bounce, then came down, right? Something like that. The problem is something like this, if you're in the wrong alt, is gonna cook you. If Bitcoin just happens to go in the wrong direction for one day, right? If you're in low cap alts and Dom is going up and Bitcoin decides to have a red day for whatever reason, you're chopped. So I like the stability of, like I said, top alts right now. And then we've got, obviously, we have got the cycle of the money flow to lean on as well. Now, being underneath here, I'm not saying don't buy anything small, right? Because this was the range where I was saying I'm in micro caps unlocked, right? There are some micro caps that I'm holding. What I'm saying is be prepared to DCA those, right? Because if you're just ape in, you might regret it. But until we got all the way down to 59, I wasn't even like, I wouldn't even let myself look at anything under like 500 mil. I hear you, Sin. There's just too much going on right now to just rely on technicals for me, though. I hear what you're saying, and traditionally you'd be correct. But we're in such a news sensitive and data sensitive sort of market right now that unless Fibonacci himself is going to come back and sell a bag of Bitcoin or buy a bag of Bitcoin and keep it from happening, I think if Brett gets a main Coinbase listing, it's going to do amazing. I think if it doesn't, it's going to be lackluster. And we've already seen sort of the best move out of Brett. I'm holding some Brett, though. I'm actively, like, accumulating when I selling any pumps and buying any dips, right? Just compounding. What happened, Yash? Yeah, we just went over it, the unemployment data. Unemployment data today and tomorrow. Sin, take it easy, brother. Yeah, they're gonna sweep that liquidity. Numbers are looking great, bro. We refreshed that shit in real time and saw it go from 91.7 to 99.6. We just want to boil this down and simplify it to liquidity. This is what we're looking at. Couple of market maker targets underneath, 800 EMA, psychological highs, psychological low. Two major demand levels that would have to be fulfilled before dropping. 100x liquidations all the way down to 110.1 if that happens to break. And slowly harvesting short liquidity above. It is. Yeah, it is possible. So since the Fed tends to wait for it to be delayed, or not wait, but they're always late. At times, they've attempted to address that by making the first cut bigger. In my opinion, yeah, we're at least getting a quarter. Yeah, that signals more of a risk on environment. So, and it comes right at the right time, right? We're waiting for that rotation into a. So that chart we were looking at, where it goes from Bitcoin to Ethereum to high caps to low caps, that's basically a risk rotation that we're looking at, right? The lowest risk is your Bitcoin, and then a little bit more risky is your Ethereum, and then a little bit more risky is your top 10, and then riskier after that is your altcoins, right? Your shitcoins, everything at the bottom or whatever. As people go making money on their low risk investments, they take on more risk. And that's why the money cycle's like that. Right? You bought Bitcoin at the bottom, now you're good on Bitcoin, you sold it, you put it into Ethereum at 13. Now Ethereum's where it's at, you sold it, and now you're thinking about putting it into Sol and Sui and all of that type of shit. Pavel, what's going on, brother? Yeah. Link and Ada, both good choices. Those would be on the list of rotations, right? Top market caps. So we needed bulls to break this range. We'll switch to higher time frame so you can see what I'm talking about. But this is the bearish channel that we've been in that we needed to break. The reason is I didn't want to take another trip down to the bottom of this range. If this breaks now, there's enough liquidations to snap resistance, bring us back down into those psychological lows, basically bring us back down into the original range. And we know what that means, right? Price comes back into the original range, then it was a deviation. And it was a rescue ship, not a rocket ship. We're already seeing it, Dara. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Is the idea of a September rate cut being priced in. The only reason that I'm not saying hardcore rocket ship from the very beginning is because of the whale wars that we've just had for the 2 weeks, for the last 2 weeks, right? 3 weeks now. Market makers and whales have been at war for the past 3 weeks. So the idea of this being a rescue ship would fall under the sort of guys that whales aren't done manipulating price and trying to drop price. On this price right here, we'll check to see if there's any, I would guarantee you at least on the sub time frames, we've got some manipulation here that's kept it from popping. There it is. Check this out. This is the 1 minute. This is where we needed price to get above, right? To start getting out of this channel, to take our next level up. Look at all of this price action. Look at the only times that you've seen whales step in here. Let me clear this chart up. The only time you've seen whales step in is to break support or to create deviations. See, as price comes down here to retest that deviation, how you start seeing those manipulation X's. And you know that 4x play that we always talking about? 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x, whale exhaustion, price reverses, and then they'll re-attack support. Tried to drop it here, it was successful, broke support. Tried to drop it lower here, couldn't. Ever since that point, whales haven't stepped in, right? They've been eating. They tried to drop us out of this accumulation here. Finally fell out. But watch what happens when we get to where we are now. Again, at support, right? Never on the way up, always on the way down. Now look at what happens once we get to that supply that we're trying to break. Right? This supply here was the one that we needed to break so we can continue to move up, probably go into that CME. 1, 2. Then look at this attack here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row. right? So your 4x play, right? Price reverses a little bit. And then again, they drop it to break support. It's always to break support. Always to break support. That's market cipher A. Really. So what I'm saying is that the whole idea of that rescue ship was the idea that whales weren't done jockeying for lower position, and that this move up, instead of being a rocket ship, that you could be happy that you bought the dip and, you know, whatever, you never have to touch your prices again. You can just put your feet on the desk. That it had the possibility of being a rescue ship, where it was just meant to let you get out from underwater a little bit, secure a little bit of profits, so that when they attack it again, we can buy the dip with it. Damn right, Sleeper. Yeah, I might have said some words that could lead someone to think. No, that's good that you held them. It came into its own. Like, what really helped it a lot was the ETF. But ADA the same as XRP. Like, for me, the problem with ADA holders and XRP holders have always been the opportunity loss. Right? There's always a right time to get into something. But, well, you know, I don't got to tell you, right? Like, if you were an ADA holder, an XRP holder, you suffered for a long time through this bull market until things actually pop. Like, we're struggling to get through this demand now. Good shit, Sleeper. Man, if these ETFs come through, bro, oof. You know what's good is that we don't even need all of them to come through. We just need one of them to come through, especially if one isn't like, if one isn't there, it's gone. If one isn't like not Soul, right? We need one of the smaller ones to get it. Because then the expectation for all the big ones are going to be, oh, these are automatically going to get accepted, and then it'll start to bid up. Yeah, cool. I'll take a look at it. I'd be interesting to see how many of them match up with vectors. I'm sure a lot of them probably match up with vectors, because I think that market makers can trigger manipulation X's as well. I've seen it happen a couple times to the downside. I'd be interested to see how often it happens to the top side. Yeah, yeah. Everybody give Shib a round of applause, man. I feel like he feels like he doesn't get enough recognition in the chat. But give him a little W or an attaboy. I don't like when he's all like emo and stuff. W Shib.
Are we in our reversal period right now? You said.
I don't know yet. We are coming to the bottom of that bearish channel though. So if that breaks, it's sort of gone too far in my opinion to consider it a bear flag. So it would just be the width of the channel, but the width of the channel takes us down underneath support that I would like to not break if at all possible. Yeah, that would bring us down past the psychological low to the trap shorts. This is what I've been worried about this week, right? This is why I haven't wanted to sit there and pump anybody full of hopium and shit.
Almost feels like last week.
Crypto is Groundhog Day, bro. The longer you've been in this shit, the more you'll realize it. It's like always the same thing in a different like disguise. All right, we're about to invalidate this W and at the same time break that channel. This is where we would hold if we're gonna hold 800 EMA or our SR flip here. Did Soul fall down through that gap yet? Oop, there she goes. All right, so Soul's into that gap we were talking about. Psychological high, psychological low is all the way down at 200. I don't know. If you can share it as a note, it should go through. Now, remember, we were on the 1 minute there. It looked like a massive drop and all that, but on the 30 minute, this is all we're talking about. It's coming down to this high volume node, low 200s. Yeah, Soul was on the 1 minute. Because somebody wanted me to look at the price action. There was some like accumulation distribution shit going on the 15-second. My visible range settings, most of it is just cosmetic, but I changed my row size to 200 and I put the layout on number of rows to get more definition. And then with the colors, you can do whatever you want, right? And you can decide to put on your value areas or not. I just usually have too much shit on the chart, so. Let me know if you want to change your settings now. I'll put them back on the screen so you can see them. That's that high volume node there that we lost. You're welcome. It's always a good day to DCA in the circle. If DCA is what you want, circle's got you. All right, cool. No problem. You're welcome.
taking a nice dump.
Go back on the small time frames and see if the whales are. That's a stupid question, but. So let's take everything off except for the indicator. On the 5-minute, your sign that things were going bad here was at 111.8, right? That would have been your short signal. You get rid of this. I expect to see some whale manipulation to break this support here, to break us out of this range. We had some at the drop. That high volume node, they always step in at supports. Let me get off of the 15-second before I freak people out. All right, Cole, I got you. When I get off later to do some research, I'll take a look at it. The bulls are putting up a little fight here. On the 5-minute, we haven't broken, right? We've worked the back end of that bearish channel. A little vector recovery.
Today's what, Thursday?
All right, I got you, Cole. $40K and pray.
$40K. Go back 107.
Appreciate you, Gloomy.
My Ethereum Foundation was selling a lot of ETH there at the top, huh?
I think it's safe to say we'll never see 40K again, Sleeper. 40K drop from 150 would be like a 80%, 90% drop.
40K Ethereum before that.
It's a wrap for 40K. Shit, I wish. I'll take it.
God, if Bitcoin dumped to 40K, where would the odds be? 0? Ooh. Keep my eye on Polygon.
$300, 250, $300 for Bitcoin. A little bit lower than that when we were using it to buy shit on Silk Road, but I can't remember exactly. No, that's true. You're right, Sergio. Never say never. ETH is struggling to hold support here. We had a push up on the 4-hour, but we've completely recovered that vector at this point. There's just no follow through. The problem with ETH, honestly, is ETH BTC. If we're going to keep it 100 here. ETH BTC is on a retrace, right? The problem is that this thing has been going for so long that we could be in a situation where a regular retrace just won't do right now. Right? We've had very shallow retraces till now. This one, in my opinion, could be different. Right? If we break that high volume node, we can get ETH BTC coming down for quite a bit. But to be honest, that rotation that we're talking about, that's what we would see. Right? If we want money to rotate from ETH into Sol, into Sui, into Link, into all of that shit that we have, you have to see ETH BTC start to dump off a bit. Right? This is going to make all of your ETH pair charts, your Link ETH, Sol ETH, XRP ETH, it's going to make all of that look really good. But it might mean a bit of a like dull time for ETH here. In my opinion, when Bitcoin breaks all-time highs again, that's when ETH will break its all-time highs. Like after Bitcoin breaks its all-time highs, then money will flow into ETH and ETH will make its run. But till then, we might have a little bit of we might have to pay for our sins a little bit. Listen, guys, we went from 1,300 to freaking 4,800 with one retrace. Right? We had one retrace here, a small little hiccup here, and we're just gone. So coming back to test some of these levels, you know, might not be the worst thing. Doesn't mean the end. It means that we're putting in that higher low fractal on a bigger time frame. Right? And we know that money is made at that higher low, wherever that happens to be. You just have to watch it for a little bit. My out my out right now is in November. Right? So if we look at global liquidity, and this is, I don't know if you've been here when we've talked about our offset on global liquidity, but global liquidity is set at about 105-day offset for Bitcoin. Right? So our top, we'll see it in global liquidity before we see it in Bitcoin. Now, this structure that we're looking at is the first even slightly bearish structure that we've seen on M2 since this whole run has come up. But since we're forward 105 days, this doesn't start until October 9th. Now, the question is, what effect are we going to have when we get the rate cuts? We get the rate cuts in September, we could break these highs. Right? If we happen to come down, get the rate cuts in September, and we break our highs, then we're talking past, like our top would be past December at this point, right? If this is it, if that doesn't happen, let's say we get our rate cuts and then price pops up a little and then global liquidity starts to drop again, and then we get our rate cuts in December and price pops up a little and then it drops again and starts taking the lows, then that means that this was our top on global liquidity, right? So all that means is the money underlying, the money that people are using to buy these assets is in contraction. Doesn't mean that you get your very top here, but this is when you start paying attention, right? October, November, December. September, October, November has been my top, you know, that whole range. August, September, October, November is when it's time to start paying attention and taking these things sort of seriously. The gift that we've gotten is global M2, right? Global M2 has followed so closely on this offset that I have pretty high confidence that at least until October 9th, we don't have anything to worry about. And then from there, we've got to see. By that time, we should be in euphoria, right? The good thing about euphoria is what M2 is showing us is how much money is underlying asset buying, right? So just because the money is going down doesn't mean that people's euphoria is, right? This isn't prices of assets. This is just global liquidity. So at this time, if we're in euphoria, then we'll be in our blow off top phase, right? Prices will be pumping against this. We'll see a divergence from Bitcoin price and global M2. And that'll be one of the signs that it's getting frothy. That's how I'm playing it, Dora. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
What up? What up? What's new? Technical? Nothing funny, right? Huh? Well, good thing I got me a little short on World Liberty Financial. Whoa. But there's another option that you didn't put up there near the raft. You could put an anchor. Yeah, keep you in place. Nice little hedge. Uh-oh, I heard a human. I wonder how low WLFI could go. What's your opinion on that coin? Oh snap! We're getting some tagging on here. Oh snap! Is that what you go? Is that what you went by or go by? All right. Last hope. Last hope. Is that it? Damn. All right, where's the invalidation? We did it. Oh. So 50% vector. Let's see if we can hold that demand. We got a little bit more. I think we can hold it. What's the deal? Maybe take a shot at a little bounce for a long, little scalpy.
World Liberty, all it knows how to do is dump. Thing does not go up much at all, huh? Oh my god. You can tell it's being manipulated really bad.